bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house. You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series here at Frag Nation. in association and partnership with Ubisoft for Rainbow Six Siege X. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Madness, as we bring this weekend to an explosive close with the grand finals of this first qualifier. Excuse me, rather. It's pretty early morning where I live right now, so my brain is a little bit frazzled. But, Madness, how are you feeling tonight?
Really good. Your brain might be frazzled. I think we're going to be frazzled by the plays that we're going to see today, because these are two teams that are going to be very aggressive in their play styles that they like to go for, especially, how this has been turned up till this point, right? Till now, we have seen plays that we weren't expecting. We've seen, individuality, your solo kills that are coming out pretty nicely. But I think in a best of 5, you're going to see maps that you usually don't get to see, because till now the standards have been like, you have your cafe, you have your clubhouse, we had chalet and consulate, but now we get to see some more maps open up because there are more opportunities to play those maps, right? It's a bigger map pool going to be available, so we get to see maps we're not that used to be seeing maybe in a semi-finals, and I find that really exciting. Maybe some maps that I do not like, but I will be excited to see how these players will end up tackling them.
Absolutely. Seeing some of these maps that we might not have gotten the chance to see in a best of 3, that is exactly the magic of a best of 5, and that's also why we see them only in a grand finals. This is, of course, the biggest possible stage for the weekend and for any tournament in general when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege X. You're not going to see tournament go beyond a BO5, mostly because it's going to take a little bit too long to do that. But with all that said, let's have a look once again at the prize pool that these teams are playing for here, folks. 3 lakh INR, that is correct, with first place getting 1 lakh in total. Now, for those who might not be in the know or who might need a little bit of a refresher, this prize pool is for the winners of the playoff stage, not the qualifier stage. This is for the playoffs. So tonight, the ones who win aren't quite getting all the way up to, first, second, or third place, but they are all at the very least guaranteed any amount of money depending on where they place in the playoffs, because of course in qualifiers 1 and 2 there are 4 and 4 8 teams. All 8 have already qualified for the playoffs. What we are seeing here right now is who gets the best possible seeding, and the winners of qualifier 1, that is tonight, will be the ones to get top seeding and probably the first match when we get into playoffs. Speaking of which, there is of course the tournament format, the brackets, how it's all being distributed, and where we can go from there. And of course, it's not just about the money, Spider-Man. It's also about the top 2 teams that can qualify for that APAC Cup Asia qualifier.
Yeah, and that's the route that teams are looking for to be heading into that invitation, the 6 Siege invitation that we all love to see. And like you're saying, everything will accumulate in those playoffs, right? Which will be a double elimination bracket going on with best of 3 and best of 5. No more best of 1s, only just there. And 4 teams from qualifier 1, the top 4 teams, which you've been seeing in the past 2 days, right? The semi-final 1, semi-final 2 teams. Everybody has qualified for the playoffs, so they've already locked in a certain amount of money already. And then the next 4 teams for the playoffs will be getting from qualifier 2. So that's also interesting to see how it goes. But let's take a look at how we've reached till this day. So on Friday, September 12th, we had Blitzkrieg versus Won't Stop Peaking. Blitzkrieg in a monumental comeback, I would say, especially map 2 onwards, like map 2, like halfway through when they were 4v5, win out that series in a 2-1 against Won't Stop Peaking. Yesterday, it was pretty much a steamrolling coming in from Hasib Warriors, who continued their streak of that 2-0 series, and this time it was against Team U. Mind you, Won't Stop Peaking and Team U might be out of qualifier 1, but they have secured this spot in the playoffs. But more importantly, today's grand finals, the best of 5, is going to be played between Blitzkrieg and Hasib Warriors.
Oh, yes, sir. Now, of course, Hasib Warriors having a little bit more momentum in their favor, one would say, because of the fact that they won a 2-0 in their semifinal, while Blitzkrieg, had to lose 1 map. However, you have to also remember that Blitzkrieg have had the extra day to rest, recharge, and most importantly, watch the stream that Hasib Warriors played in, right? They've had their time to do their homework, and in grand finals, that matters a lot. Now, of course, Hasib Warriors, they themselves will have had the time as well, because before they played, they, of course, were preparing for the matchup against Team Uwu, but the VOD was always there, and after the match ended yesterday, they would have had time to go back and say, you know what, let's have a look at what they did in their matchup against one of our contemporaries. So with that said, both teams, I'm expecting, have done their homework, they've done their research, as some say, and they'll be coming in here all guns blazing. We just saw the pictures of both the rosters, and we'll get to that in just a second. Before that, Here's the maps, folks. It's best of 5, like we said before. So 5 maps in total. And like Madness pointed out, maps that we don't get to see under normal BO3 circumstances have been put into play. For instance, Hasib Warriors, their picks are Night Haven Labs, a map that we don't see normally when it comes to South Asian Siege, and of course Bank, another map we don't get to see that often, while Chalet and Clubhouse are Blitzkrieg's picks, with Cafe being the decider.
Yeah, like you're saying, Night Haven's Lab we don't get to see pretty much almost any time, and this is going to be something where you have hidden shots because there won't be that many VODs available to see how you play on that map. But for the maps of like Chalet, for the maps of Consulate, these are the kind of things where you might have your homework already written down. Like you said, Blitzkrieg has 1 day to rest up as well. That will be also working in their favor. And this is a best of 5 series, so this, if it goes all 5 games, it is very tiring on the players. So you have to conserve your energy. You have to think about your moves going forward. So even if you are going even in the series, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll have the advantage going into the 5th round. It's all about stamina, honestly. It's not a sprint. It's a marathon between these teams, basically in a best of 5 like this. But Night Haven Labs, let's get back to the map pick over here, which is going to be your map number 1, picked by Hasib Warriors. So I'm guessing they have something off the books for us over here that they haven't revealed so far, especially since we've never got to see them play. But the bans have already seemed to be done. We're going to have the Monty ban plus the Maverick coming out to getting banned, and the Zami Melusi. So I'm interested to see. We've not seen that many Monty bans till now, Blackjack.
Yeah, the Monty ban is certainly very interesting right here. Not a band we are used to seeing, I will admit, but a band I'm interested to kind of dig into, I should say, going forward into this matchup. But most importantly, because of the bans and with the way they've kind of shaped up, with the Melusi and the Azami being banned on the defense, we do have Sparko bringing in the Mira. And as we go forward, you'll see why Mira on Night Haven Labs is also just as much of a menace. We did see that yesterday when she was left unbanned on Chalet at the very beginning 3 rounds of that matchup. But the Monty ban, as you kind of pointed out, why is that so interesting on a map like Night Haven Labs? Well, it's mostly for the 2nd floor and basement. 2nd floor, of course, you can see that the warehouse room, which I fondly call garage because it really just looks like a garage, that particular part of the map, it resembles Oregon a lot, right? When it comes to CCTV, not Oregon, sorry, Clubhouse CCTV, the garage catwalk, which, as we know, if you played in a roughly similar manner, you'll be able to get Monty up there and put tremendous pressure on site. Basement, similar thing. You get a breach going on that main wall near Animus or the wall of sight, and suddenly Montaigne's just standing there being a big distraction, and you do not want to deal with that. That's why the Monty gets banned. Maverick, you know, we've seen this before. Maverick tricks, really hard to take care of if you don't know what you're doing, and that's why that player gets banned. Ooh, Hasib, a little bit of trigger discipline right there, but he misses the shots, and Ashami turns around, has the time to recover, to get his bearings, and to get that first kill.
Yeah, that was a bit of a miss. He was trying to do discipline, but I think just missed out on an opportunity to maybe get a free pick for himself. In the meantime, Baz is fighting out for his life over here outside the electrical if he wants to actually get a pick up. I'm gonna think better, we're gonna move around. I don't think they've even got the breach open right now. They were trying to trick it out with the Grim, with the EMP charges. You've only got 2 EMPs to actually throw away. You've not brought a Thatcher for yourself, and you have protect. This is the catwalk we were talking about, right? There's a mirror also lined up on it, so you're gonna be okay about that completely. And through the floorboards, you can see Van is just being cautious about that 1F right now between their 2 sides. But for now, nothing else will be going down. Only Hasib is the only casualty in the matchup so far, and they're taking it on a slower pace. But oh my god, they have it opened up actually. Fatar just through this small angle gets the kill onto Sparko. Mira goes down, equalizing it to a 4 versus 4. So that gives you the significant, and Fatar just very patiently just waiting out over then 2F ID. He's just waiting to see if he can get big. Ven tries to go for a duel, ends up losing a bunch of his HP for it at this point. He's trying to hold a long angle with the SMG, and now that's going to be Z-Duck's going to come up. The ACOG's going to reign supreme in a long angle like that's much easier to spot out your opponent. He's going to end up getting the pick. Look at Nipun though. He's trying to balance it out. Z-Duck gets another. It's going to be a shot Shami this time. He's made it only 2 members left in the state of Blitzkrieg. This is going to be hard for them, but there are people who can actually fight back, especially with that kite gun. But Fatar gets another onto Nipun, another knockdown on that side. Iron Zera gets the kill, gets another onto Fatar as well. He's equalized numbers quite well. He gets a third. He's looking for the quarter. If he gets the quarter, it's going to be his round. It's a quarter or nothing for this man. He doesn't want his efforts to go into vain. But there is the rotation from Taha. He switched around to the other room, gets the jump up onto Irons, gets the kill for himself, and very scarily actually ends up securing that round. That was a big jump scare for the attackers here for Hasib Warriors.
Yeah, very nearly getting 1v4'd right there, the side of Hasib Warriors. A little bit of a collapse, falling back into sight, and of course, definitely helped by the mirror windows that we saw being active throughout that round, right? That's one of the things that we say time and time again. Mira is incredibly powerful for a reason. Even if she dies, those black mirrors, they are active, they are a menace. But, you know, kind of with all that said and taken out of the equation, I will give credit where credit's due. Hasib Warriors, for 95% of the round, played that really, really well, despite losing Hasib, who was playing the buck right below blue stairs, or aquarium stairs as I like to call it. You're going to run into this a lot, where I have certain callouts for this map because I didn't get too much of a chance to commentate this, right? So I haven't had the time to let the official callouts kind of sink in my head, so I use more community callouts instead. But with all that said, right, blue stairs, bottom blue, bottom aquarium, whatever you want to call it, that's where Hasib went down first. And the buck, of course, we all know what the buck's role is here, right? A majority of this floor is soft, so go below, be a nuisance, flush defenders out of corner positions, pillar positions that are abundant on the second floor control room, and cleared the space for the breach onto IT. And that is why Hasib going down was so incredibly detrimental for the attacking team first, but not in, well, as it turns out, of course, it wasn't that bad for them at the end of the day. Blackbeard in play. They're going to get a, quick entry going. Hasib being followed by Zedex, of course. And looks like they are going to try and take control of a different part of the map. But Zedex starts things off. Ions will fall. That's their Kaid gone. A massive, massive kill, because Ions was the one who very nearly 1v4'd in the last round.
Yeah, he did nearly 1v4 last round. He's the first pick over here. Sparko's going to get another onto Zedex. The trade's coming into a bit slower pace. But, Ven is also going to fall down to Hasib, who's gone for the Blackbeard this time. He's done with any shenanigans with the buck. He's instead just going to go full on into their face at this point. He does not mind. And the Blackbeard is one of those operators left through the banning phase. They're going to take full advantage of it now. They're like, we don't need the buck. We're just going to Blackbeard, and we're just going to go in their face. We're going to open up. They even brought a Thatcher this time, actually, to help with the opening. Last time, I think they got tricked slightly a bit so by the kite, but you could see the kite early on putting down his kite charges. But oh my god, the entry's coming in from Taha. He's trying to go for quick peek angles, not getting anybody right now, just jiggle peeking on the corner, even use a drone to get rid of the ruby wall on it, the laser wires there. But for now, it's slowed it down a bit. You can see Bas is just waiting for somebody to run out onto him. And look at Blackbeard. He's going to be jumping into the catwalk over here. He's in warehouse. He's going to get the default camera. Takes a bit of his time taking that one away, but now fairly far certain about it. He's not going to let anybody see the mirror. Here comes the C4. Doesn't connect, but Fatar gets Hasib actually before he gets a Shami, but he doesn't mind. Hasib's going to be like, hey, if you get 2 more members, I don't mind going down in vain as well. It was kind of a lineup that he didn't expect to actually happen up over there. And even the Mira was confused what happened in front of her. Peeks Fatar a bit too late. Fatar gets the drop on her, gets another kill. That's going to be the round secure. Hasib Warriors 2-0 in map number 1 right now.
I'll tell you what probably happened right there. Fatar saw the silhouette of someone approaching catwalk and was like, oh, that's a defender. And, kind of muscle memory took over from there, more than likely. But with that said, it is 2-0. Hasib Warriors starting off incredibly strong right here on the map of Nighthaven Labs. Starting off on a 2-0, of course, very, very powerful. It's a statement that's being made here that, hey, we have picked this map because we want map 1 to be done. We want to set the pace for this best of 5 grand finals. This will not be easy by any stretch of the imagination, and that's exactly what we've gotten to see so far from them. The picks have been great, the coordination, the overall Communication clearly has also worked out for them, even though, you know, Hasib would have liked to have stayed alive till the end of the previous round. It is what it is. You got to take the punches with the, you got to roll with the punches. Actually, that's the phrase I was thinking of. But with that said, given that the site has changed, it's now basement tank room this time around. The picks have changed as well. Valkyrie coming in from Ven this time. Primary black eye cameras, of course. Tons of intel, and you can see the counter pick from Taha. IQ being brought in, the RAM for verticality. You've got the Deimos as well, because this basement site, unlike a lot of others, well, similar to a lot of others, but also not quite, requires very heavy roaming to make work. Again, lots of soft floors, lots of verticality, and you want to deny that by roaming as heavily as you can.
Exactly, that's why Hasib's brought in the RAM as well, from opening up a lot of the verticality, and he has the demos there to help me out close by as well, no problem whatsoever. They were looking to open the bot side already very fast outside emergency exit, and they've already thrown the Thatchers. There's no electrical that will go for it. They're trying to trick it, but it's a bit too late. Zilex already gets the first kill onto Sparko, so Sparko no longer in round 3 with us, and he's one of those key players that you want to keep around, especially in a clutch-like situation. But unfortunately for him, he's going to be the first entry frag over here. Zilex going to claim that up with no problem whatsoever. Also can track the Fender and the Valkyrie, from what we could see from the information there. They could open up this side as well. So both the sides open near the basement by Fatar and Baz together with the couple, while on top Havoc is already wrecking away. And now you can see from the side of the Deimos, he has all 4 targets available to him for any moment, for when he wants to. He throws a nade just in case anybody's hiding there, but no, nobody's going to be sitting in the corner. And now the Ram's going to come into effect. Taha gets another kill onto Ven. The Valkyrie was roaming, but unfortunately could not get anything for her proactiveness over there. Instead, it's going to be him getting everything. And you can see the IQ still looking for these black eye cams, because they will still be active. He's going to be spotting them out very nicely. He's going to ping them for his teammates to take down instead. And they're just going to slowly but surely work their way down, because it's a 5 versus 3 in favor of Hasib. Warriors are now verticals have been opened up because of the RAM as well. So they have some idea of where they're going. And Deimos is targeting Nipun right now. They're looking to be going into the kill. Nipun actually gets the kill onto Zedux. It's a 4 versus 3 as it continues stands. But now they have to start making their way down. It's only 50 seconds left. You're still looking to open up even more verticality. Not quite sure this is what you want to be aiming for. I think you have to start actually heading down to the actual site right now. They're still biding the time. They're still waiting for an opportunity. Another mispick or misstep from the side of Blitz.
Oh boy. 30 seconds. They got to get down there. 25 and less now. It is time to strike. Here and now. This is what they need to do. Flashbangs are out, and they're going to be sending it in just a second. They do have the breach ready, and they got to get in. It's got to be now. But here's the FNATs. Here's the shots. But Baz comes in. Ashami to fall. That's 1 down. 2v4. But no, Fatar's been downed, and that's an angle they did not cover. 3 seconds remaining. They got to recover the defusal. Taha has it. He's going to go for it. The Maestro Evilize. They are still active. Do they find the IQ? No, they don't. The plant is not denied. 40 seconds remain now on the timer. It's been ticked around at the very tail end of the round, folks. And the Maestro will fall anyway. Oh my goodness. What a close round, especially with the plant denial. My goodness. But the Hasib Warriors still make it 3-0.
They do, but I think Maestro got on the cam earlier on. I think he could have even stopped the IQ actually going for the last plant that actually went through for them. But Hasib Wars got a bit hectic. This is what I was talking about. They're wasting so much time in the earlier points, right? They had the man advantage. They had the verticality open, so people have to be aware of that anyway if you're the defenders, if you are the side of Blitzkrieg. But they're just not making it into sight in the appropriate amount of time. This is the point of the clock just going against you, and you're not taking advantage of those picks you got earlier on. You can head into sight. You've opened up all the avenues in the basement area. You've broken down all the walls as well. So you have so many angles that the defenders have to look out for. Just take advantage, just walk in, maybe just steadily at that point. We're going back to the 2F side. For side of Blitzkrieg, nothing seems to be working. They've gone twice above, once below, and they're going yet again to the above side. They're going to be sitting in these server rooms. They're going to bring back Sparkle onto the Mira, but it just doesn't seem to be working the way they wanted to. I think Hasib will be changing from the RAM to another operator once they recognize where everybody is. They've even brought in the Twitch as well to deal with the Mira. So we have the Twitch drone pretty much the direct counter to the Mira as well. Zdax is already switching from the Demos to the Nomad, and it looks like Taha's going to go for the Demos instead. So we might not just get to see the Twitch as of yet, but what I really like to see is Baz is bringing in that Brava. So you can hack these guys instead as well, hack these F nets, you can hack even Wamai, you can even hack the mute jammers. You can have so much time with it. There's so many things that you can actually go for your hacking over here. And it look like we do have those changes. Hasib will be taking on the role of the Thatcher for that easier entry part. So all in all, they're pretty well set up. Can this be the round the Blitzkrieg starts to mount a defense?
They would certainly hope so, wouldn't they? This round, they need to get something going. They need to give themselves a little bit of room around something to kind of latch onto, because other than the closeness of the previous round, you know, it really wasn't much of a showing from Blitzkrieg in round number 3, all things considered, right? Even with the delay happening from Hasib Warriors, even with the plan being denied and the situation being forced all the way down to the last seconds, they still missed those crucial shots onto Taha. And the Maestro Evil Eye didn't find that IQ before the plant went off, and everything kind of went topsy-turvy from there. So really, it's just a case of Blitzkrieg being extremely kind of loose this time around. Whatever has happened to their coordination clearly is affecting them. Maybe it's cold spectator hands from having a full day's worth of rest. Maybe it's just the nerves of having to face Hasib Warriors at the time being, because again, this is not a team that, you know, you can tread lightly against. Even with someone like Sparko in your own team, Sparko and Ions and Nippon and Ven, they've been around for so long, but then at the same time, Hasib Warriors, a lot of these players do come, or a fair number of them do come from the old mercenaries days of South Asian Siege. Speaking of which, Sham is going to get taken down very quickly. That's the Wamai gone as well, so no more magnets. I think he should have had at least 2 remaining in his pocket, and there we go. The Deimos death mark's going to come out. That's on the Mira, but Ions C4 does find its mark, and that's for Thar to fall.
Thar does end up falling, balancing out the numbers. Deimos was getting pinged to maybe hit the kite from underneath, still couldn't hit the mark. He was tracking the Mira at the same time as well, so both ideas should be around it. But Nippon is waiting with the shotgun. We know how deadly this man is on mute with that shotgun in his hand. He's just waiting, biding his time, honestly, at this point. But Zdax has taken quite a beating on the opposite side. And we have a small opening made over here, by the way. It's just a very small, you have to jump in through it. And that's exactly what they're maybe looking to do. They're maybe looking to get some cheap shots here and there. But no, it doesn't connect the way they wanted to. Iron was getting tracked, goes near Mute Jammer, gets to safety. So the dragging does end up finishing over in the side. And it looks like Nippon has to be careful. Zdax has the kill onto Ven on the opposite angle. Oh, just by a slither, Iron wins that trade. The crouch pretty much saves his alive. He gets the kill onto Zdax over there. 3 versus 3. The death mark fail sign should indicate that the mute is near a jammer, but Sparko gets the kill onto Taha. Sparko is close by to Baz. He has to be careful of this angle. Baz has been sitting on this table for quite some time. He's looking to get a kill, but Sparko gets a double, and Nippon is there with another for his team to close out the round. We wanted Blitzkrieg to mount a comeback. That's exactly what they have done with this round. It's done to a lot of individual gunfights going in their favor.
That is actually a really good observation right there, because I was going to say the same thing. A lot of individual 1v1s that Hasib Warriors decided to take this time around, instead of doing what they did in the first 3 rounds, which was a lot of double pushes, a lot of backups, right? The 2v1 situations where you always press your advantage. This time, they decided to go for the breach on both ends, which was a smart move. You always want to do that when it comes to second floor server. But then it kind of just fell apart. Well, I wouldn't say fell apart, but they kind of just stalled really, really hard to the point where they stagnated on that breach. It's like, okay, we got the breach done. Now what? And they were kind of stuck on that now what phase for the rest of the round. Pretty much, right? Like, even when Sparko playing the Mira, we saw that towards the end of the round, he just rotated out into Catwalk, and there was a smoke grenade that was thrown onto that IT door going into Catwalk, right? Which is a very good line of sight to normally have. Now, not Ven, excuse me, I believe it was Baz playing the Brava who had pushed up IT and was stood on the table, and that smoke grenade was probably meant to cover that push, understandably so. But the problem is, because that smoke grenade was there, Sparko got a free rotate into Catwalk, which led to another attacker dying who wanted to push Garage. That Garage push, Warehouse push, I should say, would have been incredibly powerful had it been successful, but it wasn't because Sparko got that free rotate because of that smoke grenade. A lot of individual decisions that led to the round kind of going the way it did for Hasib Warriors. So those are things that they will need to... Oh, that's not good. Hasib's going to have a disconnect, and it's in the action phase as well, so they can't call for a rehost for now. They have to play the round out and then hope that Hasib reconnects relatively soon, folks. But with that said, Hasib Warriors, they are still in a good position, given that it's 3-1 in their favor.
Yeah, he was looking at the sky for quite some time. I was kind of having an inkling what has happened. I was no, but hold that thought. Sparko versus Xerax. Xerax getting the better of the Frost as of yet. A couple of spams through the wall, hoping it does connect. Because Sparko, even one bullet connects, that should be the end of that man over there. Using the sledgehammer to actually get rid of the barbed wire. Xerax is still hunting for this Frost, still looking to maybe get that fortunate wall bang going. Almost actually gets from the right side where he was going. Sparko was walking technically towards that direction, but he might be just sneaking all the way across instead. He's just holding angles, waiting for people to jump into it, but there the drone will spot out the Frost. This is the problematic time for him. His position is known. I don't know if he spotted the drone himself, so he doesn't know if he has to reposition or not. He's walking up into the hallway. Can he get spotted out yet again? They don't know where exactly he is, right? There's a C4 that was pre-placed. Okay, we're just using that to get it down from the ceiling, pick it back up. And Zero wants to use it at a later time altogether. Taha has been very patient holding that angle that we just saw him holding over there. But Taha will go for the drones. Taha's still just waiting and biding his time. Oh, we're going to create another action there? No, he's just gonna walk in instead. No, the angle is not there. Ven was crouched behind that computer desk, gets the better of Taha, and that's the patience of Taha waning out just at the wrong moment. I think if he had created, that little opportunity on the left side wall with his shotgun or with a P angle, but hold that thought. Fatar in the inside will get the trade onto Ven later when Ven was trying to come back down the stairs. So Fatar's gonna pick that up. It's 4 versus 3. Mind you, at the beginning of the round, Hasib did disconnect. So the only member who actually ended up going down for Hasib Warriors would be Taha. And Hasib was actually the Nook, the guy who's supposed to be go for the special, getting out these lurkers, going for these kind of trade tactics, but that is no longer available. They're doing the best they can do with the current scenario. 30 seconds left currently on the clock. They're trying to walk them way in. They even get the cap on the way. No one's getting caught by that right now. Sparkle's still alive. That better HP, even using that to get another kill onto Zedux. 4-2 in favor of Blitzkrieg right now. And you even have the Maestro cams available. The evil eyes are there just waiting to see if anybody wants to plant this time. Unfortunately, for the side of Sea Warriors, time is not on their side. They're just biding their time. They're not even looking to go into side. They're trying to boost their KD. They've already pretty much given up on the round, and Blitzkrieg will be taking that round for themselves.
A much better round from Blitzkrieg in general, although of course there was that disconnect from Hasib, who has since returned. It is unfortunate, but it is South Asian Siege. These things tend to happen given our region and things about infrastructure in our region. That's a discussion for a different day, folks, of course. For the time being, it is 3-2. Hasib Warriors, well, I gotta say, despite the fact that they lost Hasib early on, they still could have salvaged that round. I think a couple of nitpicks here and there was that they didn't really have any soft breach, given that the site was bottom floor, right? Even with Hasib, staying connected, that was a Nook who was, being picked. They didn't really have soft breach for verticality, and it didn't look like they wanted to go for it per se. But then you had Grim with secondary hard breach charges, and Ace, of course, who has its summer breaches. So they went for the hatches. They went for a little bit of top-down play, but then they also... I don't think they went for the breach. Either they did or they didn't. I might have missed it. But regardless, whatever their actual idea was, it was kind of slapdash and a little bit haphazard even. And ultimately, it just didn't work out. Again, a little bit of a lack of communication or coordination or whatever have you. Maybe they're taking things a little bit easier now. Maybe they're thinking, oh, hey, we don't have to worry too hard about this. We're 3 rounds up. We can make it a 4-2, whatever. But the thing is, do you really want to be giving away rounds to Blitzkrieg like that? No, you don't. This is not a team you take lightly, as, we found out, or Won't Stop Peaking found out the hard way the other day, right? Won't Stop Peaking, they started losing steam in map number 2. And even in map 1, there was a moment of that happening. And we saw just how much BTZ could take. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. And Hasib Warriors, if they're not careful, they might learn that lesson. But with that said, Taha gets that first kill, the all-important entry. He gets 2 actually on the entry, with a Shami to fall as well.
He does get 2 entry picks for himself, and they've opened up the hatch. That's going to be the Rumi and the Womai going down, so you don't have magnets later on into the round. This is a couple of times we've seen the Womai going down as one of the first members from the side of Blitzkrieg. They have to have a tendency to stop that. But Sparker's also been knocked. He's going to get completely finished off by Zedux as well. So now it's a 5 versus 2 in a matter of seconds, by the way, for the side of Hasib Warriors. Only Iron Zera is alive because Nipun has died as well, leaving Iron Zera in a 1 versus 5. It's gonna take a miracle for him to do anything, and he's spotted out. He's got 1 kill at least. He's got the kill onto Hasib, but that's not gonna be enough. The trade instantly gonna come in from Iron, from the side of Zedux, because his Iron's position was completely ignored. Iron's just looking at the ceiling. That's a couple of I would say suspicious spray pattern coming in from Zedux, but at the end of the day, the job gets done. He's going to be happy with that. They did a fast round over here. This was technically the offside for Blitzkrieg, right? They had won the 2F and the basement in a row, so they had to go to this side. But at least they closed the round, closed the half out with 2 rounds to name, because the way it started out, it looked like Hasib Warriors were going for the domination rule. So half ends 4 rounds for Hasib Warriors to the 2 rounds of Blitzkrieg, as we see the next 2 bans that will be coming in at this point. It's going to be the Azami and the Maverick. And let's see what the next other ban should be looking right now. I'm expecting maybe a Mira, because the Mira is being proven quite deadly in certain situations if you don't abuse it properly. This could be something that they have in mind, but let's just see. Even the Blackbeard ban, I'm not even going to be certain, but it's going to be the Cade and the Ace instead. Actually, they're going to force the electrical, and you're going to force the breach from the other side.
I like the idea behind the Cade ban, I really do, mostly because we saw Cade being a fair bit of a nuisance, right? Not an overtly, you know, undealable nuisance, but he was a fair bit of a bother in the side of Hasib Warriors attack, all things considered. And Blitzkrieg saw that. They were like, okay, Hasib Warriors picked this map. They probably do have strats with Cade in this map, in these sites, so we just don't want to have to deal with that. And they have taken him off the board. Maverick and Ace, of course, we discussed this before. Ace this time being traded in for the Monty ban that was in the first half in the very beginning. So all things considered, the trade of bans between both teams is fairly even Stevens, as we have once again a Mira in play, this time from Baz. A Tubarao and a Bandit combination, so they are going to try to keep the breach as closed as possible for as long as possible. They've got the mute as well to delay breach once again for as many seconds as you possibly can. And of course, rounding everything out with the Fenrir, those FNAT mines once again will be coming in handy. On the other side, of course, attacking is an interesting combination here. You've got your FBI duo with Ash and Thermite. You've got the Striker here with the secondary EMPs and Heartbreak charges of their own, which means that they're essentially running a dual breacher combo. And we have EMPs on Ven playing the Grim for intel as well. So lots of intel could be gotten, lots of breaching potential as well on this team. What a peek right there from Taha. Risky, yes, but he gets dividends from it. His position is going away. He deals some damage to Ven. He will fall back to cover. Happily so. But once again, Sparko the Lion going down. So that's a big hit to that intel gathering potential.
Exactly, and you need those line charges for later on when you're pushing the side. But I like the peak coming from Taha. That shows the gutsy play that he's going for. He does not mind it. A nice hold also onto the angle. Pixel perfect on the crosshair placement as well. Gets that pick for himself as we continue in. Hasib Warriors with that one-man advantage. You can see Hasib looks for the pick, but in the meantime, Zedux gets the kill onto Nipun on the other side. So that's one hard breacher going down. All you have left is now Ion Zera, I would say, essentially. And they've used both those hard breaches to open up on this side of the wall outside that meeting room hallway. But in the meantime, Baz gets the kill onto Ion Zera, so that's him eliminated as well. 2 members left for the side of Blitzkrieg. Their attack doesn't seem to be going as well as the defense. Taha continues his reign of terror, gets a double kill by picking up the kill onto Ven. All that's left is the Ash, who we usually expect to be one of the most first casualties, either gets the first pick or gives the kind of first pick. That's kind of the usual playstyle we see in Ash. Lindsay, but she's the last one alive, trying to get the pick to the window. Does end up getting the pick to the window, and the Claymore claims the other kill onto Fatar. The quick kills on Zedux and Fatar, but the pixel angle on the windowsill. Just look at how the crouch is played by Hasib over there. It just barely shows his head, gets the pick out. Yep. Ash had no chance walking into that. There was no chance at all. And that's going to be Hasib Warriors 1 point away from being on match point over here.
5-2 in the lead. Hasib Warriors in a dominating position. Well, definitely in the driver's seat at least. Maybe it might be too soon to say dominating per se because we are only in map number 1 at the end of the day. But still, best of 5, map 1, and we're already 5-2. Certainly a commanding position here on this map. Basement assembly and tank, the side of choice. No surprises right there from the Hasib Warriors defense. But I am interested in a couple of these picks here, as we have the Thunderbird coming in from Baz, a pick that we didn't see BTZ using once. But again, Thunderbird is really one of those cases where you kind of have to play around her as a defender, right? Mostly because the Thunderbird is like, those Kona stations will dictate where your rotates are, because when you want to heal, when you've taken damage, that's a place you want to go to as safely as possible. And that's why you kind of have to play around the Thunderbird instead of the Thunderbird playing around the site. The other pick here that is kind of interesting, or really interesting I should say to me, is ZDux bringing in the Vigil, deciding to play the Lone Wolf Operator instead, probably expecting like a Deimos or a Lion. There was a Lion in the previous round, so I believe that might be the reason for it, since I know for a fact that Vigil can counter Lion scans. I'm not sure if he can counter Deimos scans. He might be able to, might not be. We'll have to test that later on. Actually, no, wait, he can. I just remembered. He does hard counter, but Sparker's going to find Taha on the other side, the Valkyrie, to fall first.
Valkyrie to fall first. Sparker takes quite a beating for it, but doesn't mind that whatsoever. Getting a pick on the Valkyrie earlier is good, but now Valkyrie can sit on camps. But look at Vigil. Ability activated between the window. Bit too late swing from Ashami, but there's a flick from Zdax. Picks up the kill onto the Zofia. They're going to be that's one stop breacher out of the way. That's Iron Zero on the Blitzkrieg walking down the stairs. Gets the kill onto Baz as well. So Thunderbird out of the picture. Gadget is still alive. You can hit it. Look at this fight going down. This is from the 2F into basement, essentially. That's between two different floors. Zdax gets the kill onto a Sparko, but Zdax will end up giving his life. His position was known. Ben takes complete advantage of that. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Blitzkrieg, and more importantly, the Blitz is still alive and 4 charges left in that flash area for himself as well. Fatar's going to get healed up by the Thunderbird Gadget, trying to walk close by. You're holding your angles. Iron Zero seems to be AFK, not quite sure about that. We'll get to see him move a few seconds later. I hopefully hope so as well. Yeah, he's now moving as well. But Fatar holding, sorry, it's going to be Hasib holding this angle actually. Oh, the drone's going to spot out Fatar. And this is going to be Iron Zero knowing exactly where this Malusi shall be playing from. Now, Fatar has to honestly start making plays, I would say. He's trying to go for rotations, but he's being held very deep by Nipun. The angle's being maintained, but Fatar gets the kill onto Nipun. The surprise peek onto him. Nipun was holding the angle, but Fatar gets the better. And from below, a C4 connects onto the Blitz. Majority of the HP of the Blitz has gone away. Iron Zero just barely surviving. Has the shield left to him, but look at Fatar. He's moved upwards as well. He's maybe going for a reverse flank across the floorboards on that side. Look at him. He's making his proxy. That's exactly what he looks to be doing over at this point. Can the side of Blitz know anything? Do they have drones for the flank? If they don't, this could be deadly for them. Hasib is holding down side all by his lonesome one. Fatar is making this whole play outside the breach. Will be that diffuser drop, so you have to end up picking that up as well. Fatar will be spotting that. That's why he's gone above. Actually, you can see through the floorboards where that diffuser is, but look who's come to meet him. It's going to be the Blitz. A nice turn, but no, Iron Zero gets the kill. In the meantime, Hasib gets the kill onto Ven. There's not much time left. The diffuser is outside the building, so Iron Zero has to make a speedway, a getaway just to that point. Has to go for it as fast as possible, because look at where the diffuser, if you play that time as Hasib, this could be good for you, but no, instead Blitz wants to fight him instead. The flash comes in, the shots were connecting for Hasib, but it's not enough. Iron Zero's pistol will reign supreme. The try was for turning around, but Iron Zero makes it in time, makes the decision not to go for the diffuser, makes the decision to go for the man, and it proves to be the right one, at least this time.
Little bit of an unfortunate panic right there towards the end as well from Hasib playing the Malusi, because he turned his back on an approaching shielder, and that's kind of kind of a moment of where you have to think, do I really want to show my back to a shielder like this? And the answer, folks, is always no. Never turn your back on a shielder. Yes, it's Blitz, and you want to stay away from the flash that, is at the front of his shield, and I understand that, but at that range, he doesn't need to flash if you turn his back, right? He can just ADS and take you down, and that's exactly what happened. I think two things there. One, Fatar, who had the rotate, he decided to take out a drone, if I recall correctly, from that first floor angle down towards the breach. And again, you don't need to do that because it's because he took out the drone that the sound cue went out of the bullet, right? The bullet was heard, the Blitz turned around, he came up, and Fatar was none the wiser until it was much too late. Then you have Blitz, Ions, the last one standing. It's a 1v1, but it's a 1v1 against a regular operator. It's not like it's Clash or whoever, right, that you're 1v1ing. So that is once again one of those moments where you really don't want to face the Blitz, especially when you have 20 seconds. Just get out of dodge. If he's planting, that's fine. You can come back and kill him, but you really need to play it safe, and that's not what happened for Hasib Warriors. So, a little bit of a few too many mistakes right towards the end of the round, which unfortunately got them caught out. Sham will start things off very strong this time around as well, as Zedux falls early. Zedux has been very much a good gunner for Hasib Warriors this match so far. Unfortunately, well, it looks like this round he's going to have to sit this out.
He does have to sit this one out. The spells come in. Spargo's brought back yet again. The Jackal, so look for him tracking people as well. The Ram comes into effect. You're opening up the floorboards, and he can even go for spotting of footsteps there. I don't know if the Jackal has the camera on from so early. The device, even with the shades pulled over his eyes for right about now. But I like the combo coming in. Ion as the Blitz yet again, so he's looking to go for these kind of same plays. You have to be ready. We're not bringing any trap operators, which I'm a bit suspicious about. Instead, you brought the Oryx instead. Sparko gets a kill onto Taha on the other side. So that's one more person down from the side of Hasib Warriors. It's a 5 versus 3 in favor of Blitz right now. And again, the same play from the 2F side to the bottom. They almost got the Blitz, they almost got the Bandit actually putting down the charge. Slight left of the crosshair on there, but Fatar is just about surviving. He's getting picked up from all the way above, and Nipu is just waiting to breach this door open. And finally, Van puts Fatar out of his misery. Fatar has to guess exactly where it is, and all of a sudden, the round is over. They didn't even make it to side. They got everyone from other positions. Most of this attack was between 2F to the basement, basically.
Oh, dear me. Hasib Warriors getting a little bit too comfortable, looks like. Maybe getting a little bit too overeager. Lots of 1v1s taken yet again from what we could see based on the outlines across the map. And unfortunately, they were giving away too many bodies way too quickly. Yes, the Blitz is banned, and I mean, I get it. You're going to have to do it. Ions is a ridiculously good Blitz player, understandably so. And clearly, Blitzkrieg are communicating around that Blitz. The Blitz is the centerpiece of their attacking playstyle. Take that away from them, you've got a game. I understand that. My problem here is, much like what happened in round number 1, now round number 8, Basement Tank, a lot of the problems for Hasib Warriors weren't to do with the Blitz, it was to do with them taking 1v1s and making just these weird decisions every now and again. Picking the Oryx, I get it, you can bash the Blitz and, put him on the floor, plant him on his back, and then, take him out. I get it. Was it worth it to get the Oryx and sacrifice a slot for someone like a Legion, like a Fenrir, like, literally anybody else, right? Oryx is not a bad up. He's just not someone I see as being necessary in that situation because, again, it's a very, very valuable operator slot. You have to think about who you're bringing, right? Would Legion have been better? Would Capcan or Frost have been better? Maybe, as we saw that the Oryx really didn't get much done despite his superior movement when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. And even then, you've banned the Blitz, now you're dealing with the other guy. The Blackbeard is in play. So you're really just putting a band-aid on the problem by making these odd decisions instead of trying to get the fix going, which is, again, tighter coordination, playing around each other, right? Trying, understanding where you are, where the enemy might be, and playing around that, because that's what we saw in round number 7, and we haven't seen that for 2 rounds since.
Exactly, and it's not just about that. Like, you're talking about a lot of individual gunfights happening with no trades actually taking place as well. And like you're saying, putting a bandit on the problem, a shield just gets replaced by another shield and it doesn't make that much of a difference. Finally, at least we can see a Legion as well, some more traps available at least to the side of a Sea Warriors, but still, it's tough to deal with if the coordination is not there from your side. In a blink of an eye, the round equalization is almost about to happen. If one more round is won by Blitzkrieg, it'll be equal. But finally, Baz will strike back. This time, they end up getting the first pick, and it's going to be onto that crucial shield, that Blackbeard. So that's a very good move coming out of a Sea Warriors, and that's going to give them slight confidence as well. The one shield operate out of it, but Nippon actually gets the kill through the exothermic charge of Fatar. Fatar was trying to bandit trick, but a bit too late. Pays his life with it. Unfortunate scenes happening here, and a blink of an eye, it's been equalized. I'm not quite sure what happened. We need to get a replay of that one later about why Fatar's bandit tricking did not come out in the correct amount of time. Why is he not aware, or why he didn't just run away at the point? But as it stands, it's 4 versus 4. We have opened up IT as well. You jumped into the catwalk at that point, so the attackers have made very good headways. 1 minute almost left on the clock. Hasib trying to put in a deep angle. Sparko's trying to open up all doors. He's the one who jumped in through the window, throws a nade through the breach that was made as well. There is no Mira, right, available right now or on the board. It was not, you call banned, but they could have played it, but they chose not to, at least in this scenario. 50 seconds left on the clock as we walk in, but Nippon goes down to the hands of Hasib. Hasib takes another in the hands of Sparko. A double kill for this man. Zedux chimes in as well with a kill onto Zen. All is left is this Ash yet again. Ashami, the last man standing, playing that enter fragger off, but this is the guy who has to deal with everybody at the end. It's a 1 versus 4. He's held by 3 different angles. There's no way this man can end up winning. There's just, the odds are just never going to be in his favor. And from that long angle, just that pixel peek, and he even just walks in. Xerox walks in there, gets the kill, secures the round, puts Hasib Warriors on match point for map number 1.
Map point for map 1, certainly very required from the side of Hasib Warriors, and that round was very required from them as well. They were losing momentum, they were losing ground, and they needed 1 in the books for themselves to really just stabilize and pull back, you know. The slipping momentum. Once again, I said momentum too many times in that sentence. Anyway, round number 11 now in the equation, 6-4 being the scoreline, and again, interesting picks happening here. Baz decided to get Oryx once again, so it looks like they really do want that superior movement, and of course the ability, to dash and bash on the shield. Understandably so. Again, it's not that Oryx is a bad pick, it's just situationally it might not be the best decision. On the other side, Taha deciding to bring the Warden. Once again, we've said this before, we'll say it again. That's not really a pick made to, you know, counter like a very heavy smoke player or whatever have you, because smokes and Ying Candelas and flashes haven't really been something that Blitzkrieg has been using in this regard, right? It's not really been their MO, so it's really mostly for that shotgun, make rotates, be useful around the site, and then have the SMG-12 out, have the C4 out, and be ready to deal damage. And that really is Hasib Warriors' overall playstyle so far, is deal damage, be fast, and take names. And so far, they've been relatively successful with the occasional hiccup here and there, but if it works at the end of the day, then, you know, it works.
Exactly. If it gets you the points, it gets you the rounds, it gets you the map, it works. But this time it did not work, especially Hasib was trying to get the pick onto Sparko. Sparko was pre-firing, gets the headshot also on to that Melusi. Unfortunate for them. First pick going over to that side. Oh, you actually spot out the mute roaming in the hallway as well. The Twitch has come in from Riser. Maybe expecting maybe a Mira, or just trying to get some of these bandit charges away, depending on what the Oryx comes in and get again for Baz as well. We're finally still already still setting up at the end of the day, and they're trying to open up these verticalities that they continue to over here outside the garage. They've opened up this side out here, outside warehouse delivery, right? The doors have been burst open. The drone gets spotted out. You're still going to be heavily defending. Fatar's trying to peek, maybe gets a peek through the door as well, but look at the patience by there. He's just holding the angle right now, but we're not ADSing when we're peeking, but we still get the drop onto Fatar. Fatar should have definitely got the kill when barely surviving, blinking HP bars currently for himself. He's going for another. Gets the kill onto Taha, that was disgusting, man. That was an absolute disgusting kill. Ben with just a sliver of he's gonna continue making his way downtown.
Questions. I have questions. Baz will find one on the other side that's nibbled to fall and gets another one as Ashami is taken off the board, but Zedux gets taken care of on the other side. Diffuse has been dropped on top of storage. Baz with the triple now. Wait a minute. Is this an ace clutch coming in? Ooh, he did not want to hit that wall. That's 5 HP taken off him, and that's 5 very precious health points as well. He goes for a peek. He is now barely breathing at this minute. Diffuse has been recovered, and that attacker is not going to take that gunfight. Ions is said, you know what? Screw this. I am out of here. And Baz is making the same decision, drops down, and of course masks his entry with the bullet being fired. Sparko and Ions, they have an idea of where this Oryx could potentially be coming from. Pre-fires out, and now he's given away his position. Red pings are here, but that's a trade. Unfortunately, that does leave Ions alive, meaning the attackers will win by body count. And unfortunately for Hasib Warriors, despite the amazing attempt at a 1v5, very nearly at that too by Baz, it just wasn't to be. And once again, the criticism of the playstyle remains the same largely, folks, as it was a lot of 1v1s, a lot of ego peaks and face checks that really do not need to happen. I understand you want to hold down storage catwalk for as long as you possibly could. You've got long lines of sight from inside of server room, from inside of command unit. Again, you don't need to, poke your head out of the corners and put a giant target on your dome, right? Because that is what keeps happening time and time and time again. Hasib Warriors, they win a round or 2 rounds or however many rounds you want to give them, and then they get too comfortable. They think they can peek everything with impunity. They get shot, they lose a round, and they lose all that momentum that they spent that time building. We find ourselves now on the basement site. The last site, of course, was an experimental one as well, I do believe, on first floor storage, which some might say necessitated a more aggressive playstyle, and you could say that maybe, but at the end of the day, is it necessary? You're in a best of 5. You're in it for the long haul. The more time you spend fighting on map number 1, the less energy you will have going into map 2, and then 3, and then maybe 4, and then maybe 5. The longer you spend here, the more you will deflate, and the harder the subsequent maps are going to be.
It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You lose energy over time. It makes the reflexes slow down slightly. You're losing comms in terms of your comms as well. You lose the kind of energy, the kind of vibes that are going on the team. But as it stands, we are 1 point away from either going to map 2 or either going to overtime. That's the beauty of round number 12 between these two teams. And we've gone back to basement. It might be just Blitzkrieg going for that entire verticality yet again. Look at this. Now we're trying to maybe fight back through the floorboards as well. The ram's going to be triggered in from below, and so that's why you're going to have the entire 3F. Well, let's do the throw nitro between. No, it does not connect. Zedex instead eats a bit of bullet damage for his trouble. So that's 1 less nitro down, but we have still 2 more in the hands of Baz, in the hands of Taha, and we do have a pulse on the board, right? So that's a very important factor, especially with the verticality in place. If the pulse can get a pick, that could be very good for him. Can even use the Tubarro to slow down the progress. The Melusi gets spotted out. He gets the drone. So now they exactly know where he is. The exothermic charge should be going down, opening outside that garage, outside the basement area. They should be going for the picks, but no. Sparko's looking for a pick through the door. Again, now finally we're going to be using the exothermic charge. Actually, it gets tricked from what I could see over there. No, actually it gets opened up. The what do you call it, the bandit was a bit too late to end. At least he didn't end up dying like he did like previous rounds to an exothermic charge. He still stayed alive. Here comes a heartbeat scanner, not connecting onto anyone. He maybe saw a blink of a red dot, but nothing else, as it's 1 minute left on the clock. And for now, no casualty. But hold that thought. Ashami actually ends up going down to the hands of Fatar over here.
Good play right there by the Thunderbird. Decided to go for a fairly late round flank and disrupting that mid to late round execute that Blitzkrieg were definitely looking to set up. Baz having a moment right there. Didn't like how he just kind of stopped while looking up at the ceiling. Hopefully he's fine because the team will need him. 30 seconds or less remain as the drones have come out. They know where the pulse is, and they know the fact that the breach area is being watched heavily so. Nippon doesn't really have much of a recourse here. He's got to go for the plant. They got to get a clearance going. The Jackal coming down the back stairs or cargo stairs here will need to do something about this. Nippon falls. That's Diffuser down, and Ions gets taken down as well. It's a full bloodfest right now as you've got multiple bodies falling all over the place. It's raining, folks, as Zedux goes down to Ven, but Fadar comes around and gets that final kill. They stem the bleeding right when they needed to. That is Hasib Warriors, who will finish off map number 1 in slightly less than spectacular fashion. They definitely would have wanted it to be a 7-2, 7-3, whatever they were aiming for initially, but they will take the 7-5 and put themselves up with the first point in this best of 5.
Do end up getting the first point over there. One of the slower rounds that we have seen. Until 1 minute, there was no casualty. At the 1 minute, Shami goes down, right? 1 minute left on the clock. And then when there's 20 seconds left, that's when everything just went to complete chaos over there. Bodies flying everywhere. The kill feed just kept on going down on that point. And the less time, it's always going to favor the defender's side, right? Because the attacker is going to take more time to get in. It's harder to get to plant it, and we're going to reach to that point, right? So for them, at least, to see Warriors, like you said, stem the bleeding when they actually needed to. I would have liked it maybe at an earlier spot because we have so many more maps to play. They want, like you say, don't want to waste too much time on just map number 1. You have to conserve your energy as you want to move forward over here. But Blitzkrieg, nice fight back coming in for them, right? They did do a pretty good effort. They looked like it was almost going to overtime because every time Hasib has been taking this basement area, Blitzkrieg has been coming on top. This is the one round where they could just not end up doing it. I thought if the patterns were going to follow through, we were going to end up going overtime. We were going to delay map to any further. But with that being said, this was Hasib Warriors' map pick, right? So now next map we're going to see, which I believe is Chalet, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
Chalet, that should be the side of pick, but that should be comfortable with both teams, and both teams should have seen the VODs of each other on these kind of maps before, I would honestly say. So that would be more of you knowing your strategies and how you actually want to counter them in those senses.
Absolutely, and of course a map like Chalet, we've seen this yesterday from Hasib Warriors. They played on the map of Chalet. I believe it was map 2, right? So there's definitely a case of Blitzkrieg knowing a little bit more about Hasib Warriors on Chalet than Hasib Warriors might have an idea of. But really, it's just kind of 50-50. You're really playing the minutiae of the situation in that moment, right? So it'll come down to, I guess, how the initial bans go out. And I'm certainly expecting, because on map number 2, Hasib Warriors are defense first, I am certainly expecting them to be banning that Blitz just kind of out the gate, right? That's more so a target ban you would see from teams that are playing like a series, like a best of 3 or a best of 5, and those are adaptations I like to see in general, but also because, let's be real here, we're all tired of seeing Blitz, right? It's not just me, you know, getting a little bit of a caster bias in there, folks, but shield playstyles aren't exactly the most entertaining.
Exactly.
Anyway,
I do not like shields.
With all that, you and me both, and like 90% of everybody else who plays Rainbow Six. So yeah, but with all that said, you know, I do expect the Blitz ban mostly because of targeting Ions. Ions, more than being a Blitz player, is a fantastic shield player in general. They play the Monty, not the Monty, the Blackbeard and the Blitz mostly, but if you put them on the, Monty, as I mentioned earlier, you certainly could get great value out of him. So again, keep him off the main shields, and if he is still playing Blackbeard, if he is still playing Montaigne, play around that pick if you know what's happening, right? Expect it, for sure, but plan around it is what I would kind of advise for Hasib Warriors. And the other thing is, let's not give away our faces in a lot of 1v1s that you just don't need to take, because I saw that happening so many times. It was getting a little bit too much after a point, right? Because it gets to a point eventually. With all that said, of course, the performance overall on Nighthaven Labs was not bad by any means from Hasib Warriors. It was actually really good. Again, a map you don't get to see be played very often, being brought out here and being played to relatively good success for both teams at the end of the day, especially for Blitzkrieg, who we haven't really seen on Nighthaven too much before as well. So great times overall. And given the fact that Hasib Warriors are 1-0 now with the 7-5, of course, that kind of sets the tone of expectations going forward, right? Will the remaining Mastery 7-5s, will they be overtimes? We will, of course, get to find out. But before all of that, let's have a look at the numbers. We got to crunch them down like you would your cereal in the breakfast table, right? Weird analogy. I'm hungry. Anyway, Ions going 12-7 up here, alongside Zedux 12-11. Multiple double digits here, of course, with Fatar 11-9. But who has the highest entries? Well, it's actually tied. 2-2 to Sparko and Taha, and 2-2 to Ashami, not Azami, as well. But 2-0 to Baz, which probably makes Baz's entry the best turnaround overall.
Yeah, it does. We only see zeros in the entries against Nipun's name, Iron Zero and Hasib, but that's a lot because they are playing on more of the supporter roles. But look at Iron's KD, right? 12-7. Majority of that is from the blitz work that he was doing around, because he was a menace on the blitz. Like anywhere you're going, you couldn't actually end up dealing with him at the end of the day. But I would like to say a lot of these, like you're saying, this was pretty much looking like a death match like halfway through the game, right? Because of how much fighting was being done. Only I think the last round is where you're slowing it down to a pace where you're waiting for these kills, waiting for that. Otherwise, it was just a slugfest after a slugfest. And a lot of times, it was a couple of the defenders getting picked off as the first pick. But with that being said, guys, before we head into map number 2, before we head into Chalet, we're going to take a very short break.
bad. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Alright then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. My name is Blackjack, of course, joined once again by my co-host Madness, as we are back for Qualifier 1 Grand Finals Best of 5 map number 2. That is correct. We are already underway, and the first map has already happened. It was a 7-5 in favor of Hasib Warriors on Nighthaven Labs, which is pretty much all the recap you will need, because we've got more siege action to come to your screens right here, right now. Let's not waste any more time, folks. We will be getting right into it, as map number 2 is Blitzkrieg's pick, and it is going to be Chalet.
Like you said, Blackjack, we did get to see Hasib Warriors play this exact map yesterday, so Blitzkrieg definitely would have had their eye on that, watched exactly what was being done. Maybe that's the reason why they're picking this map as well, because they are more familiar as in what kind of strategies can come in for this kind of a map. But without any further ado, let's head in to see how this map looks. It's a beautiful scenario coming into Chalet, you know, your 2F, your basement sites. We saw preference yesterday quite a bit, actually, by Hasib Warriors of taking the 1F sites honestly for themselves. They take quite a bit 1F sides. The 2F side is neglected quite a bit, and the basement has its own takes, and their attack against basement sides, the last 2 rounds Hasib Warriors played, just full-on brutal entries. Within 30 seconds of the round starting, the round had ended pretty much from what we could see of their gameplay yesterday. So this should also be kept in mind by their opponents Blitzkrieg when they're hitting this map for themselves, and we will see what kind of bans will be looking to be on the on the horizon. It's going to be the Ace and the Azami band right now coming out. It's Blitzkrieg that will be starting out in that attacker position, and very rightfully so. They will be banning out the Mira that proved so harmful in yesterday's matchup.
Not just the Mira, mind you, we also have the ban on the Blitz. This is something that we were touching on right at the tail end of the previous map of Nighthaven Labs. You do not want to let Ions pick that Blitz. Just don't have him in play. Really, just do not let him get his hands on that German shielder no matter what. And that is exactly the thought process, from Hasib Warriors for map number 2. Well done in the ban phase overall. Good bans in general. The Mira ban, like you said, yesterday we saw just how insanely effective she can be on the map of Chalet. So you want to take her out as soon as possible, and that's exactly what's happened here. We're going to be going to basement to start things off. Snowmobile Garage for round number 1. Interesting pick here. Of course, because normally some teams would go to second floor, some teams would start out on first floor even, as you kind of work your way through the map. And other teams we have seen in the past have avoided second floor entirely, because that site, it gets played so often, it is a little bit on the predictable side. I do kind of agree with that. Regardless, in terms of picks, we have a fairly standard pick from both sides. You've got your Fender, you've got your Malusi, you've got the Bandit for electrification. No Kaid to hold down hatches though, and for good reason. You don't want to waste a band slot, you don't want to waste a pick slot on Kaid when Thatcher is available. So just delay the breach and let it kind of play out as you understand what your opponent is trying to do.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense to actually give up a slot exactly just for that. But it's the basement take coming in. We're not seeing any fast movement right now from the side of Blitzkrieg, right? They're taking it slowly on the edge. They're taking their fight. Sparker outside this window. He's not gonna get anything as a gridlock, but we have a run out. Okay, nothing got counter. He gets back to safety. Hasib getting a bit ballsy there, trying to go for that kind of a play. No harm, no foul, it seems, in that scenario, trying to clear some of these gridlock traps. You're fighting against a lot coming at you. If you're Taha, getting drones ridden away as well. You have to be careful at wall, but in this first, it's going to be Iron Zera getting the opening frag. That's going to be onto Zedux. Iron's going to be very happy with that, with getting the opening frag, and that's also onto the Bandit. So no more Bandit tricking, definitely going to be in place. But in the meantime, Ashit gets a kick onto Ion. So you're going to trade that out. And meantime, Taha, who was roaming quite a bit, whose position was pretty much known, gets the kill onto Sparko. So he's not even backing away. He's still fighting from exactly almost the same position. Now trying to maybe make some rotations, going to activate some F-nets on the other side of the map. But for now, the attackers have been reduced to just 3, while the defenders have 4 to their name, depending on how you want to move forward. And you can open up the garage right now. The Bandit is completely dead. You have your MPs, you have your exothermic charges. Nothing has been used as of yet. You're still going to take the slower approach. 1 minute left on the clock as these teams are heading down slowly but surely towards exactly where the bomb site is. But this is the problem sometimes with these teams that take a bit too long to reach this side. They tried to do it cautiously, but if you take too much time, that's where it gets haphazard in the last 15 seconds of the round. And these fireplace stairs have been ignored quite a bit, and finally we're gonna get the opening. The exothermic charge has been used probably to open up that basement, but on top we are still roaming. We're not going to catch anything. Ashit looking for a pick, doesn't catch out onto anything as of it. He's just biding his time. He's playing very deep actually over there, and actually kind of a sandwich kind of play style coming in. And now the next door will actually be opened by the exothermic charge, as you can hear on that point. We're still holding the angle to the stairs. There's only 15 seconds left of the clock. Now is when you have to make the beeline for the door, but Ashit gets the pick onto Ashami. That's why he was playing so far behind. Ashit looking for another, but no. Ven gets 2 in a row, gets Hasib, gets Ashit as well. He's looking for a third, a triple kill for him. It's Nipun to close out the round for Taha. Even though we were down to the last few seconds, it's all about the trades towards the end and everything. And I mean everything going Blitzkrieg's way there.
Hasib Warriors once again falling prey to their own overexcitement, giving away too many heads to Ven, who held a simple position outside of the snowmobile hallway wall, or the big garage hallway wall, whatever you want to call it. There was no reason for 3 people, all 3 of those final defenders, to peek him in 1v1s. Yes, trench wall is open. Yes, there's a breach that the thermite Nippon could go in through and get a plant going. I understand that you want to get rid of the Capital as fast as possible so that you can then aggress upon the thermite. That is, again, an understandable goal. My problem arises with, there were barely, 20, maybe 17 seconds left on the clock. They had to rush it. They had to gun it. They were going to come to you. You didn't need to peek and give away heads one after the other like that. Maybe double peek. Maybe stay off on peeking blue. We had, I believe it was Ashrit who was playing Aruni, or whoever was playing Aruni, holding down blue, just kind of sitting there, which is a really strong position. You just gotten Thatcher from there, and you know Capita's coming from a similar position. You can get him. There's no need to give your head away. And that's kind of the problem Hasib Warriors seems to have carried over from map number 1, which was, of course, 9 Labs. We saw this happen to them time and time again in map 1, and map 2 has started off in a very similar fashion. Our round they should have won has, of course, not gotten their way. Now, of course, speaking of what we should point out in good faith, beautiful granite from Taha in the meanwhile, hearing the rappel from Ven and decides, all right, I'm going to jump out, I'm going to get this kill. Does so in good, beautiful fashion. The thing that I was going to point out just a second ago, folks, is that Ashrit has subbed in the meanwhile. Sparkle finds Zedux. They're not going to let me get this off right now. So, okay, you know what? Madness, you can take over from here as Ashrit finds Sparkle and Ashami goes down.
And they're just not letting you talk about the fact that Ashrit has come in instead of Baz over here. And Ashrit is actually pulling his weight very, very from the get-go at this point, because he's got 2 opening frags as well. But I love the run that Taha had originally gone for. Fatar gets the kill onto Nipun. Only Ion is left alive. as the Zero. How much can he do? A C4 thrown out for good measure. Not gonna hit any clay pigeons today. I am going for the entire rotate actually. He's gonna be moving completely opposite direction where these guys are predicting him to be. There's another run out. Not gonna catch anything. These Hasib Warrior just love to honestly go for these kind of runouts. They like to go out on these places. And I think with that, indication there is no kind of where the Zero is right now. The door has been opened and Ashrit is looking to get a peek and everybody's jumping down to get a piece of Iron. But Zero is answering back. Gets one, gets two, a double kill. And now I think Hasib Warriors have to take a bit of caution about it. Someone from the 2F floor actually shooting down towards him. So Ion's going to take a complete rotation, gives the sound of running or maybe a fake footstep in case someone is playing a close by angle. But no, nobody's picking him as of yet. He's going to make another full rotation around, going to jump in through this window, maybe near fireplace staircase as well. He's looking, he's just going to put a camera up for now, this Zero device. Maybe someone on the cams can watch it out for him. He's going to rappel up. I don't know if this sound has been heard from any cameras or whatsoever, because now the diffuser had been dropped here originally. I think this is where they should have honestly been capping if you're a diffuser, but I think they've lost track of where the diffuser had actually fallen down. I'm gonna walk in, gonna get the default camera. This sound cue should be enough for the rest of the team to know exactly where the Zero is. He's gonna shoot another camera, gets absorbed by the Wamai, unfortunately for now, but he has quite a few cameras in his pocket that he can dispose of at any given moment. Looking to flick here and there. The sound sensor comes in. Here comes the double swing as well, but I think Ashid swung quite a bit earlier than his teammate. But anyway, it doesn't matter. No harm, no foul if you get the kill. The proximity sensor is doing his job, allowing you to know exactly when he walks up, gets the kill for him, equalizing in terms of rounds over there. So I see Warriors finally get a round on the board in map number 2.
Good stuff on the early round right here. Hasib Warriors showing that, yeah, they can get a little bit overexcited. They can get a little bit overeager sometimes, but with good reason. They're a team that has seen so much action over the years, over the many, many tournaments and thousands of matches between them. So the fact that sometimes they feel the need to spice things up by being as unpredictable and even random that they can be, that of course makes for a very good time for us viewing and commentating and spectating this particular matchup. With that said, site is going to be first floor, kitchen, and dining for this third round here, avoiding the basement site, understandably so, as Hasib Warriors probably don't want to have to make a repeat of what we saw in the first round. Again, just these little adaptations is what I like here from both of these teams. Of course, Blitzkrieg and Hasib Warriors, they tend to make these faster than most, but that's not to say that Team O or Won't Stop Peaking don't have micro adaptations. They do. It's just sometimes, even with these micro adaptations, they tend to get either outplayed or they tend to get a little bit too overzealous and then end up losing despite the decent thought process going into their rounds. I mean, it's happened to Hasib Warriors as well. It's happened to Blitzkrieg, and it probably will happen again. It is, of course, human nature to make errors of this kind. With that said, Taha, once again, maybe ill-advised right there, as decided to go for a peek at a library. Well, guess what? The upside down rappel catches him, and that is the Ella put down into the ground.
It is, and also Zedek's brought in the alibi. We've not seen the alibi so far in this competition, so that's going to be an interesting use of an operator inside. But yeah, ill-advised gets caught out with the window. He's not even looking towards the window once it opens up. He was looking maybe for a different person or maybe on, the Raptors outside. But no, he gets caught out completely. Asham is going to take that free kill for himself. Now the man advantage for Blitzkrieg as they head themselves into this 2F floor, like the second floor. Let's see if they can get any more picks. You're going to be defending it with all your life. And Zedux actually, with the alibi, gets a pick onto Ion. That's the Blackbeard out of the picture. So Zedux doing his job of taking out the shield operator. Mind you, this is what we anticipated happening given that Blitz has been banned out. I'm expecting, the Montys, the Blackbeards to be coming in. That's exactly what's happened, but at least for this round, he's out of the picture. And Zero could do not much damage, and Zedux has, of equalize the amount of numbers happening here. Outside the window, we're just playing it patiently. Still 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. If we want to still make moves, there comes in a drone. We have to destroy the drone to shoot it properly. I don't think the alibis are going to actually catch anybody as of yet, but you're going to find out exactly where that maestro is. Ashrit is playing that operator right now, and we use the Ash Rush to get the deployable shield. Ashami gets the kill onto Xerax as well, who peeked. As soon as the deployable shield goes away, I think you have to maybe make a rotation. Spark gets the kill onto Ashrit as well, and they're falling down like flies over here from Hasib, whereas Van gets another onto Fatah, and all that is left is Hasib, the namesake of this team. He's looking for the long angle kill, gets the kill onto Ashami. The gun is so powerful. Like you say, it's a slug shotgun, but it feels so much just like a DMR. 2 bullets is all that it took to get the kill from such a long range. We're using the revolver for close range, not getting the peak. There was a nade also. Ven is low on HP. He's choosing to actually go for the rotation, not going to give up any more number advantage for himself. Pre-fires from Hasib on ADS, like just hip fire, but no, Van actually playing a bit of mind games. Looked like he went down the stairs, comes back up, and before the reaction can come in from Hasib, Van ends up picking up the kill. But that was like picking up 3 kills back to back without any answers. That was actually the forefront of Blitzkrieg's attack over there.
Okay then, correct me if you've heard this before, excuse me. Van gets a multi-kill towards the end of a round where the side of Hasib Warriors could have potentially held back and played time. Maybe it's a trend, maybe it's just a mistake that repeated at an unfortunate time. We will find out as the final bans for the first half have been set in stone. It is Thatcher and Valkyrie taken off the board. Thatcher, I do understand. You want to hold down Breach on Wine Cellar and second floor office as much as possible, and Thatcher, of course, is pretty much the antithesis to a reinforced wall, especially to Kaiden Bandit. So he's been taken off the board. We're going to be going to basement Wine Cellar this time around, going back to that site that didn't quite pan out the way that the Hasib Warriors probably would have liked earlier on. So they've got their work cut out for them here. And on the other side, of course, the Valkyrie ban. Again, a ban of good measure, because those black eye cameras, again, you don't want to have to rely on the IQ round after round after round just because there's Valkyrie in play. Sometimes you just want to play someone else, like a Dokkaebi, like a Striker, like a Fuse, whatever you want, right? And so you get rid of the black eye cameras, you get rid of that intel potential that the defenders like so much, and there you go, Bob's your uncle. With all that said, Hasib Warriors, we didn't quite get to see how 3 of the final 4 bodies fell, right, in those 15-ish seconds that it took for the situation to go from a 4v4 to a 4v1. And all things considered, part of me does feel like it might have been the same case of being a little bit overzealous and peeking in angles that they shouldn't have, but at the same time, it could have really been anything. It could have been that they got found and outplayed, they got droned out, maybe forced out of their positions, and then they got shot. There's a number of things that could have happened when it is, of course, off screen, and that is why we don't like to speculate too much. With all that said, we are now fully into round number 4. Basement, the side of choice. We've got the Bandit on main stairs, trying to be a little bit proactive here, but you can kind of feel it in the Hasib Warriors defense right now. They're pulling back, they're holding themselves back and showing a bit of restraint, much needed at that.
They are definitely pulling back some restraints for now. No opening fight, but this might be the opportunity that Hasib was looking for. But in the meantime, Taha actually picking up onto Sparko, but instantly traded by Ashami, who's roaming up alongside with him. That is that Ash picking up another kill. Ashami is looking for a lot of these early trades, essentially for himself. Like even last round gets the first pick onto Taha. This time Taha actually gets one before I end up going down. Better than it's slight improvements from last round as well. But balanced in numbers right now, 4-4 for both teams right now in terms of members that are alive. But this is a basement take. This is the take that you have to be careful about how you want to go. You only have 2 EMPs, and that's going to be in the hands of Iron Zera, right? Otherwise, you have to get the Kyra bandits from above, and it's even harder to do. And we get opening up pulse. We can see that Capital has actually used some flames, but nothing of any majority is happening. And this deployable shit is going to be hard to deal with unless Ashami gets it away with the Ash charges. That's the only way you're going to get Warren off of that position, or maybe just pre-fire the angle where his head will most likely end up popping out. Hasib still on that 2F Solarium above side, just looking down onto the stairs below, but now the hatches are opening up. That will be all due to Ven, and the backside from blue will be the Thermite opening up the exothermic charge. I don't think you can lock in too much onto him as well. The wall should be opening up if it does properly, but no, as of yet they are still fine and dandy. Nipun will be making the entire rotation, and look at the drop coming in from Ven. He's gone into garage essentially for himself. Default camera now getting shot. Asami even flicks onto Hasib, just his second kill of the round. So that's the roamer out of the picture that they were aware about before, but now they can walk in from this opening. They made the breach that is open. It's 20 seconds left. The time is ticking. You do have the man advantage, but for how long? Nipun gets a kill onto Fatar. Another man advantage obtained for you with only 2 more defenders to deal with. The C4 is ready. It doesn't connect, but Ashrit gets 2 with the SMG, looking for 1 more. The shotgun getting the 3rd. A triple kill, and Xenox even chiming in. The 2 versus 4 going in favor of their team. This is Hasib Warriors showing you what they can do in that position, and that is Ashrit, the substitute, coming in for this match, going absolute bonkers. Since we don't have a black Jack
Oh dear
with
me,
us
I
currently.
forgot I had muted myself.
Okay, he's here.
Folks. Yeah, no, I had to mute myself because I was taking a big gulp of water for just a second there. But yeah, no, what I was saying is that beautiful triple kill right there towards the end of the round by Warden, aka Naughty Ashrit, coming in as the substitute player for the team and definitely pulling his weight. We did mention that before. But my point here is that it was more than just Warden being Warden and, you know, getting multiple kills in quick succession. It was, of course, also the case that excuse me right there. It was also the case that he was able to use those smart glasses that the Warden is known for, right? The gadget that gets so little use over the course of a round of Rainbow Six because there's only so many moments where you have a smoke play that you can see through with said smart glasses. So beautifully timed right there from Ashrit. He had his positioning, he had his timing, and he played his cards to perfection. The Sea Warriors definitely needed that round as they are now 2-2 equalized going into the next round. And again, Taha, he's been fishing for these entry kills. He's been fishing for these spawn peaks, and it works out the second time now for him, finding Ven as the first body for the round.
Does find Ven, and this time more importantly doesn't even get traded, so he's going to keep the man advantage for his team as well. And that's a very good opening shot coming in from. Look at the angle of Fatar sticking on top of the table, trying to get a more deeper angle or depth perception for himself. Nipun still outside the building, not doing much. Tah's thinking about where he can next strike, honestly, at this point. 2F seems to be on lockdown, if I say so myself, on the side of Hasib Warriors, and Blitzkrieg are going to have to fight quite a bit to take this position away from him. Nipun's going to still continue on his rotation, not quite sure about where he wants to be. The call should be going on from his team about what kind of attack they want to go for. Here comes the Flores drone. It's going to get the deployable shield. It was shot too late by the side of Taha. Taha had an inkling that this might be happening over there, but couldn't stop it in time at least. For now, you're going to keep that magnet going to be thrown by Fatar right there below that window, just in case another thing flies through, maybe a flashbang of sorts to maybe make an entry from there. Shit. Okay, Sparko going to open up a window, going to go for more rotations to this side. Oh, going to go for the fight. It's quite a bit of damage for his troubles of trying to fight a deep angle like that. It was against the MP7, I'm sure, from the sound of it at that point. But on the other hand, Ashrit going to continue to be a menace on this alibi. It's going to continue to be lurking around, waiting for more picks. 1 minute 15 seconds left on the clock. Another Flourish drone being used to clear out utility around that window. And now Fatar has also been spotted exactly where he is. Window around him getting broken open. Has to be careful of the angle. He's being shot from 2 separate angles over there. And Sparko actually gets the trade. Fatar was looking at that, but Speaker's advantage going into his favor. On the other hand, Nipun has actually been knocked. He's fallen down. The C4 doesn't connect completely. Sparko eats a bit of damage, but doesn't fall down, and the F-nets coming into effect. 40 seconds left, depending on how you want to look at it and how you want to exit in or walk in more. It's 4 versus 4. Nipun is very low on HP. Sparko is very low on HP. And now Zdux is making his move, coming back up to Solarium Stairs, coming in for a rotation. Let's see if he can catch up with the flank. You have no flank watches essentially, but Ashami gets the kill onto Taha. Sparko gets the kill onto Ashrit. Nipun gets the kill onto the flanking Zdux. All is left is Hasib. How many times have we said this? Only Hasib against the world. A 1 versus 4. A nigh impossible situation for this man to deal with. He'll get the first pick on Sparko, who's out with utility. Gets a second onto Iron. He's making this possible second by second over here. Tails out the revolver, looking the opposite direction. There are 2 players to deal with. Gambled on one angle. The gamble honestly did not pay out for him. He gets shot in the back for his troubles. But that was almost looked to be doable in a 1v4. But unfortunately for him, it's going to be Blitzkrieg taking round number 3 for themselves.
The potential for these 1vx's is certainly going crazy right now, as this is what I think is the 3rd time the side of Hasib Warriors was well, semi-successful in pulling off a 1v4/1v3/ whatever you want to call it. 3-2 is the scoreline right now. Well, not equal, I say. The advantage goes to, well, for now, Blitzkrieg, as they have one round over the side of the defense. Here is my kind of question here to Hasib Warriors, and I believe we'll get the answer to that over the course of the next few rounds of attack. What will their game plan be really when they switch it over and go to attack, right? Oh, excuse me right there. We did discuss this yesterday, that Chalet is a little bit of an attacker-sided leaning map, and it does make sense. Blitzkrieg right now have had 3 rounds of success, and even the rounds that they haven't had success in, there's certainly been a fair bit of showing from them. The only round where one might even say they got completely stomped on would have been round number 2 on second floor bedroom, where Hasib Warriors only lost like 1 body and made it a 4v1, and then they kind of goofed around and gave away a couple bodies, sure, but that was really like more so, hey, we're gonna win the round anyway, let's kind of mess around here. That was the thought process. So realistically speaking, Blitzkrieg, for 4 out of the 5 rounds that have been played, have been really comfortable for a majority of the round. And more so than that, I think what's really helping them is the fact that the mid round has almost always gone their way, save for round number 2. And why do I say that? Mid-rounds are important in Siege because it's the transitionary period from your entry, your early droning, your positioning, and whatever setups you need to do, the transition from that into your execute phase. That is what we like to call the mid-round. That's when you're finishing that setup, you're getting your drones in place, maybe you're catching someone going for the flank, you're setting up your flank watch, all that good stuff, right? And in those mid-rounds, if the defenders do not contest you, if the defenders do not poke at you, then you've got time to get that set up. And then when you go for the execute, guess what? They can't really do anything about it because they've given you that time and given away their space as a result. And the Hasib Warriors hasn't really been doing much in the mid round. They really just kind of fall back and wait. Too much, some might even say.
Exactly, and talking about mid-round, we're heading into that. A run-out was made by Ashrit, but Sparko gets the better of him. It was a very messy gunfight from both players, essentially, over there. And Hasib has actually been knocked as well, I think, jumping back into the window. But look who's on the hunt over here. It's going to be Sparko getting another hit onto the Hasib. Is still knocked down, still not been picked up, by the way. The Denari is coming into the hands of Zedex, but I don't see much utility for it as of yet. You're losing quite a few numbers, and this is what we're talking about, the mid-round. Oh! That was almost a kill onto Ashami. Ashami, you're gonna have the jump scare of his life when he heard the shotgun as soon as he ran past that window. He's gonna still have his eye on him, not aware, does not care about anything behind. He thinks he's covered as well. It's only Fatar, Zdux, and Hasib alive, right over Hasib Warriors, and everybody's still alive from the side of Blitzkrieg. 45 seconds left on the clock. Here comes a lion charge as well, so everyone has to be stationary from the side of Hasib Warriors unless your position wants to be revealed, unless you have a mute jammer. And here your nade's gonna come into close, clear the close left of that window sill. Not gonna catch out anybody. A far angle by Fatar. Ooh, can catch someone on the window. did a little bit of a pre-fire, has the C4 prep, it's gonna go a bit wide, does a bit of damage also though onto Ven, but he gets caught by Nipun from the other side, as so does Zedux by the hands of Ashami. You can see as he walks into two people, actually still gets the kill onto Sparko, almost even trying to flick back onto Ashami, but just very, he actually is looking at Ashami first before he flicked to the right side of Piano, so a bit of flicks are happening, but unfortunately for Sea Warriors, their defense is not what it looked like in yesterday's matchup, right? Because they were looking a bit more strong yesterday in terms of how their defenses look. But here, Blitzkrieg gonna take 4 rounds in their own attack. We're gonna have the half swap up over. Let's see what kind of bans coming out from both teams here.
Ace and Zombie are going to start us off here in the second half's bans. But I do have to say, once again, the problem persists for Hasib Warriors. They're giving away bodies, they're peeking in moments where they probably don't need to. And I will probably sound like a broken record to all of our viewers at home, and probably some people will be asking, but like, okay, but what if, but they need to peek, don't they? They need to get rid of these attackers. They need to stop them from getting in the site. Yes and no. The big thing you need to remember as we get the second set of bans, it is of course the Monty and the Malusi. Interesting ban there. We had the Blitz in the first half and it's the Monty in the second. So it's a shielder nonetheless. With the Montaigne, it's more so that you've gotten rid of a mountain that has legs. And in the case of Blitzy, it's a choo-choo train with legs, right? Realistically, they're largely the same with just a few minor differences in how they can kill you. But going back to the point that I was saying, when you're on the side of the defense, the clock ticks for you, because if the attackers don't kill all the defenders, or if the attackers are unable to plant the diffuser, the defenders will win by default, right? And yes, playing time can be considered playing lame by some people, but at the end of the day, you are here in a grand finals in a, winner takes all situation. It's a best of 5. And like we said before, teams in South Asia have certainly shown that the longer a match goes, the more they can and probably will lose steam. They will deflate eventually, even if you're the best team in the world. If it's a best of 5 and every single map is going 7-5 and then 7-5 and then overtime, you will lose steam. You will start getting tired. So would it not be better to sometimes play a little bit lame, play the time, and wait for them to come to you so that you can conserve that stamina? At least that would be my argument in this regard. With all that said, of course, it's not like it matters too much right now, as the Sea Warriors are on the attack for this second half. Blitzkrieg bringing in, actually, the Mira is available, and you can see Ions has brought her along.
Yeah, Zami Malusi ban means Mira is available, like you said, and Ions will be playing that. Xerox has brought out the demos yet again. Here comes the first line charge, and with the bling bling, we can hear it is a Flores. Yet the Flores drones love to come through the window. We're gonna use the Hibana to try and open up towards this Mira, and Mira has to back away, but he's backing away into the open arms of Hasib. Hasib is very functional on this line. Gets the first opening frag onto Ashami over here. Now again, you do not have the magnets later on into the round. A lot of times he's going down early on. And then Iron Zero also falls to the hands of Xerox. These are two very good trades coming out at early points for the side of Hasib Warriors, and there is no answer back. Blitzkrieg down to just 3 members, and Sparko as well as being hunted quite a bit. Sparko and Nipun close to half HP, and looks like Taha jumped into a Frostman while Diffuser is going down on this side of the map. Sparko gets a kill on to Ashrit. It's Ven and Sparko against 4 members. The team is low on HP, so is Taha, so it might still be duel, and Taha was just recovered from the Frostman. Can't even sprint, can't even run, and will be bleeding around every single way, making a lot of noise cues as well from himself. But we're looking the wrong way if we are to be Ven, and Fatar will take complete advantage of that. Zedux going to be walking into Sparko's, Sparko going to be walking to Zedux's crosser, and Sparko didn't react. He didn't even see Zedux here behind this. I don't think he's fired even a single bullet in time as well. So they're taking complete advantage. A very good opening attack from the side of Hasib Warriors.
I love the way that they played that. Absolutely. From the side of Hasib Warriors, taking the fight to the defenders, taking the initiative and forcing them out of those corner positions, those key positions, flush them out, create space, and push them into the line of sight of your fellow attackers. Beautifully done overall. I love the way that they've decided, hey, you know what? They're going to be playing the Mira, right? We've left her unbanned. So let's get someone like Hibana, who can be a nuisance to Mira players because of how far and how remotely she can get breaches done. She is known as the Queen of Hatches, yes, but she can also make poke holes in reinforcements, and even one Excalibur pellet placed in the right spot is enough to disable a Mira window entirely. But of course, that's a little bit trickier. So you want to just do the the combination of 4 and then go from there, which is exactly what we saw happen, right? The mezzanine Mira window was denied, which forced the Mira back, and it was a execute that was helped because there was no Mira window remaining on mezzanine. Those are those important plays that the Hasib Warriors will need to continue to do. They are 1 round away from equalizing here, which of course will be a tremendous moment for them, but this is now a different kind of hurdle they will face, because Ions, true to their playstyle, they are now bringing in the clash.
The clash comes in. Ion just can't get away from the shield. It seems like no matter where he's going to be picking that up. And only one available for Xerax to actually hunt is going to be the Frostmourne. You can see from his UI at that point. A long angle actually maintained from outside. The Grim Charge is going to be coming in. They're going for faster takes over. You're going to reveal everything. And you're going to jump in to the window next to Solarium from the side of the Grim. Look at this on the other side. Arshad gets the kill onto Ions. That is going to be the clash limit. Not sure if he had placed the shield down before. And Nipun is also on low on HP. But Ven fires back, gets the trade kill, but he's traded instantly by Taha as well. It's not looking good if you're Blitz, but hey, if you're Blitzkrieg, you're going to be happy that Sparko got another kill onto Fatar. And Sparko is still trying to trade more on the garage. Unsuccessful this time. That's going to be the second kill for Taha. But in the meantime, Ashami gets another kill onto Xerax. Is a 2 versus 2 as the round continues. This was pretty much fast into the round because still 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock in the 2 versus 2, and that's a 2 versus 2 where Nipun is really low on HP. 1 bullet even to the foot should be his death in this scenario, and they have to be aware of this as well from the amount of battle that he took earlier on. They're still going to draw, they're still going to take the time, and exactly what they should. The Hibana was used, but because of that mute, it did not get discharged. They may be trying to get the mute jammer away so that it can open up, because that way the Hibana would still trigger it for itself. On this side, another lion charge. That was the last of the line charges by Hasib. Right now we're still staying alive, and the nets are coming out. We don't get to see that many magnet nets towards the end because usually Ashami is dead by this point, but now he's alive. He's going to take full utilization of his operator, right? He's going to show as many nets as possible. There's not much he can actually defuse right now because there's no more nades left for the side of There's 1 nade left for the side of Hasib. The plant is going down. No one seems to be suffering. They don't seem to have any. The C4 comes in a bit early, and he actually shoots in mid-air. He actually gets the man. He gets Nipun before the C4 can come out, and Hasib with excellent coverage of the team. No wonder his teammate just did not even get off the defuse. He completely believed in what Hasib could do over there.
Now that is what we like to see, communication and coordination. Of course, between 2 players it's slightly easier to do than it is between all 5 alive active members, but still, that's what we like to see. It was actually a round with very few mistakes from both sides, and mistakes I can genuinely call mistakes, right? In hindsight, as was pointed out yesterday when we had our post-match segment with Team Uwu's member, right? In hindsight, you can say, oh, why did we do this? Why did we do that? But in the moment, in that round, they played the decisions that were made, were made to the best of their ability, and that is what counts here, folks. I do love what we saw from both teams. Sparko playing basement, being a big distraction that mid-round all the way till the very end, fighting to keep the attentions away. That is to say, Hasib Warriors' attentions away from where they actually wanted to go. And I like the idea that Hasib Warriors had as well. They decided to not even bother with the push through library, with the push into mezzanine, and all of the usual stuff that we get to see. They decided instead, you know what? they probably won't expect us to go through Solarium and push the back part of the site. And it did work to a certain extent. They just kind of put too many eggs in one basket, and they started losing bodies because they had almost nothing set up on and off angle to play that distraction role that Sparko ended up playing, right, towards the tail end of the round. So all things considered, that might be the only nitpick I have from the way that was played. Oh, Z-Dux trying to get a sneaky entry through Garage, unaware of the fact that Ven was down there. Whether or not Basement was droned, it doesn't matter anymore. The Sledge is the first to fall.
That's what you kind of expect mostly the Ven as a Valkyrie to be. He's going to be roaming down below, trying to get picks later on. And unfortunately for Z-Dex, the wrong time at the wrong place, right? And maybe just not droning as well. Ven's going to pick up that kill. That's going to be your Sledge out of the way pretty early. I think his advantage was to just take the Sledge going for the early picks there. Because you have a Ram as well. Not sure why you bring a Ram to this side, because it is the 2F side essentially for themselves. It's not going to be that much verticality you need to be playing with. Maybe just for the gun, but even then you can bring in the Ash. But for now, it has been equalized. Ashami has also been taken off the map, so it's a 4 versus 4. Hasib also 50% of HP, loves bringing out this line, loves playing with it, loves actually the gun, I would say, and he plays it really good effect as well. Iron Zero has brought in the ward in case smokes and flashes were coming out by any chance, but for what we can see, there's no smokes inside, there is no flashes except for maybe flash grenades in the hands of Ashrit and Fatah, and maybe that's what he can end up dodging. And you have black eye cams and you don't have an IQ to actually spot them out. Look at this. We're just holding that balcony from that side of Sparko for himself. He doesn't care if someone comes in. But oh my god, Taha going for a fight. Iron Zera, quick to the mark off the sound cue, goes for the peek, gets the headshot onto that Grim, instantly takes him out. And mind you, this was Iron with the low HP to begin that fight with. So that's very well recommended from the Warden. Taking his time, goes for the swing, gets the pick, now gets the man advantage for himself. And now the door wall should be getting open. There's no electric to stop it. And as soon as that, he's going to take advantage of the sound cue of it opening up. So he's going to charge, rushes to as Fatar, gets Nipun, and the other side gets the kill onto Iron. The C4 from below from Ven gets the kill onto Fatar. And there in the hallway, you can get a kill onto Sparko. Sparko's low HP. Here comes the nade. Sparko unaware of the hole in the wall on his left over there, just looking forward instead. It's a 2 versus 1. Diffuser hasn't gone down because Fatar was gunned down exactly where he was standing at that point. That was a very good entry from him. I don't know if this Valkyrie should be. She is aware. It's a triple kill from Ven. Good game sense coming to check the piano angle like that. He has to get a quadra if he wants to secure the run for himself. The Ram being thrown to provide a sound distraction. I think Ven completely knows that. He's not even looking in that direction. He sees the flash coming out from this side, completely blinded. I don't know if Ashit knows the time's ticking down. Ven just has to play time over here once he hears that. He's still going to go for the fight. I'm not quite sure. We could have just tried to run away, and at the last second, the headshot from Ashrit connects onto the skull of Ven and secures the round for Hasib Warriors.
Ashrit is going to be thanking his lucky stars, because for those who saw it, folks, even there was a reaction from the players. That was a hipfire headshot. He hadn't fully ADS'd. A few bullets slipped through before he could ADS and bring that spread under control. But he got the shot anyway. And Ashrit will certainly be feeling ecstatic for it. Round number 9 has just ended, of course, and it's 5-4 to Hasib Warriors. The first time in this matchup that they have taken the lead. Well, I say in this matchup, I say in this map of Chalet. Chalet, of course, is Blitzkrieg's pick here, and they've brought themselves a very good opportunity so far because they were 4-2 up. However, the last 3 rounds, they have turned up aces for Hasib Warriors here. And all things considered, their last attack round on offense, once again, beautifully played. And Blitzkrieg, yet again, they fought hard. They fought valiantly. They're going back to second floor office, actually. 3rd time in a row, maybe 3rd time's the charm. That might be what they are thinking. Whether or not that is the case, of course, remains to be seen. But on the other side, for Hasib Warriors, they will certainly be very happy of how the last 3 rounds have gone. The final bans, of course, for the round, let me, before I forget to talk about them entirely, Thermite and Valkyrie, again, understandable bans. Thermite means that with the ace band as well, the breaching is going to be incredibly hard to do because now you have to rely on Maverick or Hibana or secondary heartbeat charges, which again, they don't give you the kind of room that Thermite and Ace can. And on the other side, Valkyrie, well, you don't, like I said before, you don't want to have to pigeonhole yourself into picking IQ round after round if you don't want to. And of course, those black eye cameras, incredibly good intel potential, which then gets denied.
Is good, and you're talking about bringing either Maverick or Hibana. They're not going to bring either one of them actually into the side, but they're bringing Aurora into their attack. So maybe a bit of adaptation by Hasib warriors over here. Maybe they want to try something else out, but I'm not quite sure if the early entry actually coming. It's going to be a fast take. That's why they have gone for this. Fatar has walked in. The plant's actually going down. Zira gets the kill on Sparkle. Nippon gets the kill on Fatar, but Nippon's been blind. He gets the melee kill onto Taha. Actually, Ashami gets the kill on the Zirax. Iron gets the kill onto Ashrit, and in the blink of the eye, the round is over. Shami gets the last kill on to the side of Hasib. It was maybe an okay game plan going in onto here, but if a Blitz is blinding someone and not getting kill and getting meleeed himself, that might be a problem that you are not going to be up for. Everybody gets eliminated, and the fast take for Hasib Warriors is turned into a fast loss for them and has equalized us in terms of rounds between these two teams.
So, what was the plan exactly is kind of the question I have in my mind right now. Because they got the Blitz, they got the Lion, they got, you know, your Rower and all that good stuff. And I understand it was probably, you know, rush in there as fast as possible. It all happened so fast, I didn't quite catch the sequence of who went down. But if it was Usher with the Raora who went down first, then I actually can kind of understand how that play or attempted play ended up failing, right? Because Raora was probably the linchpin to that plan. She was the one who was probably meant to shut down doors, keep alleyways locked, and then force the defenders to, you know, expose their heads to attacker-friendly lines of sight. If that was the plan, if that was what you were trying to do, then, and if Usher was the first one to go down, or one of the first ones to go down, then yes, I can see why that plan would have failed, at least the way it did. I certainly feel like Nippon, again, getting blinded by the Blitz, but still managing to get the knife off. Of all things, it wasn't even like, you know, a shot through, like, being blind, like a blind shot, as you say, right? It was the knife. That is just insult to injury at the end of the day, yeah. But with all that said, looks like second floor office and bedroom will be finally won by Blitzkrieg, and better late than never. They get one for themselves. Grenades out here on the drone hole to Snowmobile Garage. That is the second side of choice here, and they're going for the Hibana trick to get that wall breached as fast as possible. But it's Kaid, and he can trick Hibana with a lot of comfortability.
Exactly what you put up. That's pretty much a good counter for it right now. And they did trick it nicely. They prevented. Xerox actually goes down to Ven on some part of the map. That's going to be Jaeger getting the kill on the 2F side. So that's Demos out of the picture. Opening frag for Blitzkrieg in round number 11 right near secured. Sparkle going low. Sparkle going down to the hands of Ashrit as well. So now we've equalized number. Sparkle died towards library stairs actually. So they should know that there should be someone towards blue stairs here. Will they actually go for a peek? But no, I think another rotation might be coming in from the side of Ashrit at that point. 4 versus 4, but I don't think we are going to take any more time. We're actually going to delay it quite a bit because we're playing with the clock over here, and Taha's actually gone for the 0, looking for additional camps for himself. Hasib has that ram, will be looking to get some more verticality for himself, and look at that from between the floorboards. I think they're trying to place a camp for himself from the side of Taha. We have the Brava to actually steal maybe the Kaid as well to allow the Hibana to keep on putting progress. I think you can still spot it up, but look at the verticality. It's been opened up. The rams have been taking the place. 2 of them have already been used. 1 is still left in the pocket of Hasib as well right now. 1 minute left on the clock right now for these two teams, and Blitzkrieg will be praying that nobody gets killed from this verticality. A nice angle actually by Nippon from on top of this table, trying to catch anybody walking into the garage that's now trying to be opened up by Fatar. Even at blue, Ashami is still going to keep an eye on there. Gets a kill out of Fatar, but instantly traded by Tahu, gets another kill on to the Kaid. It's a 3 versus 3 on blue. The fight is taking place on blue. The fight is won by Ashami, not completely committed by Ashrit in that fight, and he's going to pay it with his life. Only Taha Taha and Hasib. Taha low on HP, but Taha gets the kill onto Ven, equalizing the number factor for themselves. And looks like Nipun is also going very, very low. Nipun goes down to the hands of Taha. All that remains is Ashami. A triple kill for Taha in the round. Can Ashami do it? It's a 1 versus 2. Diffuser's going down. There is still cover for Ashami. Should be looking to walk up. Not walking up enough in time. Diffuser gone down. 44 seconds for the attackers to play with there to delay the defender from walking down. Pre-fire is going on to Ashami. They know exactly where this man is, and more pre-fire is coming in. But the other pre-fire goes down. Actually, Hasib goes down as well as a nice shot by Ashami, and a 1 versus X actually coming out on top. It's a triple kill for Taha, but more importantly, it's a triple kill for Ashami. He secures the round for Blitzkrieg, puts them on match point in map 2 on the map that they have selected.
Ashami with the 1v2 in the post plant. Beautifully played right there from the Wamai. And I'll tell you what, that was certainly quite the play from the Wamai right there. Definitely much needed. Once again, Blitzkrieg pulling themselves out of a hole right there as they will put up map point for themselves. Once again, something they were desperately looking for, given that in the grand scheme of the best of 5 here, they are 0-1 down. Now, with all that, context put into play, I will say Hasib Warriors once again being a little bit antsy right there. Now, I can't necessarily blame them too much this time. They didn't really have the wherewithal as to where the Wamai would go. Would he stay in blue? Would he peek from there? Would he peek from the rotate? Would he go into connector room? Well, we didn't really know, right? And that's probably what happened right there to Hasib Warriors. They didn't have the intel, or at least they didn't have it in time. And that is why we ended up with the Wamai getting the jump on both of them. They were both also really low on health, right? They had less health than the Wamai, probably combined as well. So it just was a bad place to be in, and they tried to make good with what they had. It just wasn't enough. With all that said, folks, 6-5 is the scoreline. The round of ones will be in play as well. And you might be asking yourselves, what is the round of ones? Well, I'm here to explain that to you. It's more so something that I call round number 12 in a game of Rainbow Six competitive. And that, of course, is... The reason it's called that is because it's one round for Blitzkrieg here to equalize the score count 1-1 in the BO5, unlock map 4, essentially speaking, and finish off map 2 Chalet in emphatic fashion. But one round is also all that Hasib Warriors needs here to deny that victory and extend this matchup, this map of Chalet, into overtime. And from there on, of course, it is anybody's game, because overtime is essentially like a forced reset, right? Into a best of 3. The first to 2, best of 3, whatever you want to call it, that is what overtime ends up being in Rainbow Six Siege X competitive. So that's why it's the round of ones, because it's that 1 point, that one round that will dictate what we are going to see afterwards.
Exactly, right? And more importantly, put it in perspective, it is a best of 5, right? So if you go overtime, you're delaying even further before you hit into map 3. You're putting even more energy into it. I don't care how long the break is in between, it's still going to weigh up onto your players. So Blitzkrieg, if they want to end up the match, they want to end it fast, right? They want to get this on for them. For Hasib Warriors, no matter what, they still want to go to overtime. They want to get 2 maps in the series in a row for themselves. We are still currently in that pause timer, but you can see a couple of the agents getting picked up. We're going to get to see a Thorn. I don't think we've seen a Thorn all day in map number 2 as of yet, so I think this is going to be the first appearance. It's going to be hands of Ven. Ashami is going to still continue with the Wamai. He really loves this operator. He really likes to go for opening trades as well. Either he gets traded, either he gets picked, or he gets the pick for himself. That's what they believe in, honestly, from themselves. And they're all going to that 1F site, and Ions will be bringing out the Mira yet again. So we're going to see him pretty much in cover. Sparko really likes playing the Frost. Will be looking for getting some more opening frags for himself, depending on how the scenario has been. He's been a bit more on the quiet end right now, but last round you saw that Ashami, right? That 1 versus 2 clutch coming into play, isolates 1v1s, gets the kills, gets a nice frag to the people, or the creep between the doorway and between the pillar that was being held right here. So nice kills coming in for him as we start this off. The rounds of one, as Blackjack likes to call it, has begun. Prep phase is over. We've locked in Opera. Let's see the attack. From the attack, we have a Hibana, an Ashe, a Brava, a Capitao, and a Flores coming in. That Flores has been getting a lot of utility, and look at Brava. He's already been looking to get some default camps for himself. He can even hack a lot of things actually over here. A lot of, you know, the magnets, a lot of jammers, of course. But the C4 comes in. At least fast feet reactions by Xerax means he's barely took any damage, and he gets the kill onto Ashami. This is what I was talking about. Ashami either gets the first kill or gets killed first, kind of this kind of scenario. He plays them with that 50-50 knife's edge kind of scenario in his mind, and that's what I really like in the player. You don't mind going for these aggressive shares, but unfortunately for him, this time it does not work out. Xerax gets the better of him. Sparko takes quite a bit of damage as well. Xerax completely blind, just drops down. Oh my god! Almost gets the kill onto Iron Zera, but Fatar actually ends up picking up the kill of the guy who was knocked down. Iron Zera was just holding that window, waiting for the drop, but couldn't react in time, couldn't get a single ounce of damage. Xerax barely injured, took more damage, I think, from the C4, and this might be a fast entry over here, Blackjack.
It might end up being a fast entry. I do agree on that front. They've gotten two big bodies as well. Ions and Ashami off the board. Sparko does find one in return. Taha to fall. And that is another really important player. Probably one of the linchpins of this attacking plan. Zdux is gone as well. Nippon firing back. And those are two very important kills that you simply cannot afford to give away at this stage of the round. 3v3 equalizer coming in as the defenders have created so much more space for themselves by taking the Capitao out. Of course, the Ashe has almost entirely served her purpose, got the entry kill, made sure to create, you know, openings with her breaching rounds and all of that good stuff, but it was going to be Taha who was probably going to be the playmaker for the rest of the round with the Capitao, with those firebolts, with those smoke bolts, right? Maybe even trying to set up the plant, which is, of course, the all-important win condition here for the attackers. So Hasib Warriors, they will need to reconfigure, and look at this. They've got positions that are so incredibly hard to deal with. Sparko in a corner, you know, just hugging it as you do. Nippon with the shotgun. You can't really beat it, and there you go. That's exactly why Fatar wanted to push Mudroom. Nippon had the intuition that, hey, someone might come Mudroom window, and he got the kill. Now Ushrith, he's on the stairs of blue, or top blue, I should say, and he wants to get into the site. There we go. Sparko's gonna get down. That's gonna force the mute to come out, but the headshot is missed. Hasib, you can't afford to do that right now, but there's the peek from Ushrith. He's gonna get one, and it's all now down to Ven, the last one standing, and Ushrith comes around. He got in time. He got the jump on the Thorn, and folks, say it with me for the first time in this grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play.
Overtide is indeed in play, and we are pushing it in that backside. The Mudroom, that position by the mute, bought a lot of time. Couldn't go as where he wanted to, but they're going to be fine with it. Overtime is going to start in with the Blitzkrieg going to be in the defender side, right? It's an attack side map. I see Warriors were showing a lot of prowess on the attack side, so they're going to be happy getting 2 attack rounds in a row, depending on how it will be going out for them. I don't see any much more changes coming. The Thunderbirds actually going to be coming in for Ven in terms of the operators being selected, and we have Ion actually going back to the Fenrir. So we're not going to see Mira, because Mira was the kind of start where Ion was feeling more comfortable on where he's going to play, but he is very good with the MP7 as well. Sparko's just going to continuously be on the Frost as of yet. We're going to go to the 2F side, which was 3 times in a row. It did not honestly almost work for them. Hasib Warriors ended up beating them out on this side, right? So questionable why we want to find out that much over there, but hey, maybe they have a different strat coming into play over now, especially with the Thermite also being banned. Like you have a banner, right? So it's much more easy to trick in case you bring that up, but you haven't rolled that either. And it looks like Taha's going to be making the switch from the Capitao to the Blitz, and there comes in a Grim for Ushrith as well. Zdux just permanently loves playing the demos and is kind of a hit and miss with this operator.
Yeah, it certainly has been the case, right? Zedux on the Deimos, and Deimos just sort of in general is a little bit of a coin toss of an operator, mostly because like you can get the death mark, excuse me, on one of the defenders, sure, but then at the same time that gives away your position as well, and it's in a Jackal style counterpick, right? That's kind of the balancing philosophy behind Deimos, because think about it, right? His death mark is essentially pre-patched Lion, but just for one operator, right? Ooh, Zedux in the meanwhile, he's gonna find a Shami. Yet again, he finds that Wamai and takes him off the board early. That's 2 rounds in a row that a Shami has been the entry kill, and that's twice, I think, it's Zedux as well who's been the one finding him. So that is going to be a massive loss, because again, Ashami was 13-7 until the last 2 rounds happened, and now he's 13-9. But with all that said, Ven had taken a bit of damage early on. He's gotten himself healed back up because of the Thunderbird. He is playing those Kona stations really, really good in that regard. In some cases, better utility than Doc, even if I dare say so myself. Maybe not so in terms of the gun that she has, but more so because those Kona stations, they can essentially infinitely heal you. You just have to mind the cooldown. With all that said, minute 30 on the clock, and with the attackers having the body count advantage, no, the C4 toss is a little bit botched. He's going to have to hold it back, and meanwhile, Zedux, he's holding first floor. He knows that someone might go for a late flank, someone might go for a play here, and he doesn't want to let them get away with it.
Aha's walking up as the Blitz. You have to be aware of this. There's even barbed wire. There's nades coming in on this side. They're trying to get the mute jammer so it can open up with the Hibana charges as well. Sparko gets a kill onto Ashrit. That's an answer back. 4 versus 4 right now as he currently said. But the Hibana's going to open up. The mute has to make the play. Actually does get the knock onto Taha. I'm not sure where you are choosing to look at the situation. Now it has to be protected by Hasib behind cover. And that's exactly what's going to be happening. But Nipun has to be careful. He's being shot from both angles if he's not careful over there. But Zedux gets the kill on to Nipun. This is exactly what you want from your demons from below the floorboards. He's getting the kill on to that mute. The shotgun not going to be allowed to be played anymore. Fenrir should be the next target of selection from Zedux. He's looking for a long angle, gets the kill onto Ven. Ven not expecting a triple kill for Zedux. The plant's going down. Hasib gets the kill onto Sparko as well, and Zedux finishes up with a quadra in the round. Zedux going huge in this team fights.
Huge indeed. Zedux pulled his weight very, very well in that round, I'll tell you what. And that, of course, is going to allow Hasib Warriors once again a beautiful lead here, 7-6 at the very tail end of this map. Chalet is proving to be the battlegrounds between these two teams, and it's certainly been an all-out free fire between them as they have taken body after body, scalp after scalp, and they are looking to get one more. Now, of course, Chalet, as a lot of people have seen so far, has been very attacker-sided. Well, kind of, give or take. Actually, no, it hasn't been kind of give or take. It's been 4-2 attackers on both halves, right? 4-2 to Blitzkrieg when they were on the attack in the first half, 4-2 to Hasib Warriors when they were on the attack in the second. So it's certainly been an attacker-sided night here on this map of Chalet, and that is, I think, something Blitzkrieg are going to be hoping for against all hope here and now, that they are able to make this attack round count. If they do, it's a 7-7, and it's forced into round 15, and of course from there it's literally anybody's game. So, will that be what happens? Well, let us find out here, folks, as we move now properly into round 14 with the side of Hasib Warriors potentially on the 2-0, or at least the cusp of the 2-0.
Even though Blitzkrieg might end up winning this round, right? We're still going back to we're going back to attack, right? On the next round, so that's going to be more in their favor for that. That's just how the map is looking. It's we're talking about attack side. It's 4 map in regulation time. 4 attack rounds from each team was obtained by them. But oh my god, look at Ashrit. Ashrit's creeping his way into this corner. Oh no, this might be a surprise that you don't want. He's just going to patiently bide his time. Oh no, the jig is up. He has to leave. That was a bit of a premature fire. I don't think he was spotted. And the player above is going to be counting his lucky stars. He didn't end up dying. And will actually be kicking himself that he didn't get the pick on the warden just sitting there in the corner. Could have been a free pick for yourself, depending on how you see it for them. But at least right now, Usher, it's not going to depend. We seem to be having a camera glitch. We can only see cameras. Okay, finally, we get to see players. It's going to be Hasib. Going to be looking at his own default cams to see if anything can be picked up. We can see Solarium windows are opening up. And again, Taha's just beneath the hatch. We love playing under the hatch. Nipun gets a kill onto Ashrid, who was maybe just going for that return play. Unfortunately, the warden's out of the round. Thermite will be taking that to his advantage. And we do have EMPs in the hands of the Gridlock and like secondary gadget EMPs from the hands of the Gridlock as well as the Grim, right? So you have 4 secondary EMPs to play around with depending on how you want to go. But it's exactly what they'd want to do, given that you have a kite that you're going to be up against your bandit. You have so the bandit tricks can come in for the Fatar depending on this. You have more opportunities to play around with yourself. But you want to get one exothermic there, one exothermic on the back wall so that you have both avenues to actually go in. 1 minute 15 seconds left depending on how you want to look at it. And up the stairs goes Hasib. Hasib is going aggressive over here. Shoots out trying to get pre-drones. Nope. Gives away his position. Gonna end up going back down over here. Okay, sparks out another drone. Neutralize that. 1 minute left to clock. 3 attackers to this side. They want to make their entry from blue, essentially over here from basement hallway. But they need to get the EMPs off onto the wall. They get electric out from it. A C4 was prepped from what I could hear, but I don't think it's gonna get charged in. But look at this. Hasib looking to fight out, not gonna be getting any kills. The Thermite really wants to get this exothermic charge down. We're buying time. It's only 35 seconds. If I hear an ash charge somewhere, Ashami is also going to eat a bit of damage, and we can't get the electric off the wall. It's being defended quite a bit. Sparko gets the kill onto Fatar, but Xenax knocks Ashami and finishes him off as well. There's going to be a lot being done, and the smoke is there. They're going to buy so much time. There's not many places you can do about. Nice fire from the Captain behind the deployable shield. Prevents Taha to be there. 15 seconds left on the clock. Very rightly pointed. So down spiral stairs, down fireplace stairs is coming Sparko. But can Sparko be much of a problem? They can't enter side. Hasib Warriors battling it out. Xenax gets one. Hasib gets another. You're just never going to enter side. At the end, a flurry of kills though. Easy baby is what Xenax trying to check. Good game. That's going to be 2 maps in a row for the side of Hasib Warriors. 1 map away from securing the grand finals for themselves.
They have just secured a series point for themselves. Hasib Warriors early in this best of 5. They take Chalet against all odds despite being 2-4 down. They make it 8-6 in their favor here, folks. What a nail biter of a finish right towards the very end. We couldn't tell who would have taken it, who would have been the one to win that round. Well, turns out it was the Hasib Warriors who had their plays on lock, who had their strats, their strategies, their positions, most importantly is what I meant to say, on lock. Despite losing 2 bodies, they were 3v2 right towards the tail end there. Let's not 3v2, 3v5 towards the tail end there. Let's not forget. And only 1 attacker fell, the Ash, who tried to push trench door a little too early. So really, it was a beautiful play of patience, and I love the fact that we had the Kaid holding down main stairs. He wasn't going for the kills, which is something I've criticized Hasib Warriors a lot for tonight so far. He was simply holding it down, going for the peak, forcing the gridlock back, then falling back himself. He knew if he died, that would be all she wrote for that round. And that is why he played that so beautifully. And again, just in general, beautifully played between both sides in the entire map of Chalet. I have almost no notes to really give to either team because they've both come really into their own. They've blossomed over the course of the second map. And that's why in a best of 5, map number 2 is arguably more important sometimes than map number 1. Map 1 sets the tone. It sets the pace. Yes. Map 2, on the other hand, guess what it does? It gives us a look at both teams at potentially peak stamina and peak mental fortitude. It's almost, in a certain way, all downhill from here, depending on how much stamina you've got left. And after an overtime 8-6, I'll tell you what, there's not going to be a whole lot of that going around. They will need this time between maps to give themselves that break, to let themselves breathe. Because after a game like that, I certainly would be clamoring for breath. I'll tell you that much, Madness.
Yeah, you're gonna have to drink some water right now, take a little chill, relax a bit between the game right now. Think about your next strategies for the upcoming match. And then Sid Warrior is going to be riding that momentum. Like you're talking about, map 2 is important, but it's important for that sense as well. It can either tie the score to 1-1 or make you 2-0, right? It gives you either that confidence boost or the team that's behind to get back on equal standing, right? Between those kind of map numbers. And that is also another type of boost you go for. But I see Warriors are gonna be closing out in that overtime. Gonna get 2 rounds in a row. They didn't let the back walls open up, and that was important to closing out that ultimate round. But taking a look at the stats over here, you can see Xenox and Taha 3 opening frags of each, and Taha only gave away 1 while Xenox give away 3. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. Xenox and Taha leading from example. Taha was just trying to get these fights for himself every single time that he can go for it. Then I'm talking about Ashami as well. Ashami is also a guy who will either give the first pick or take the first pick. In this case, it was more giving because he gave away 3, only took 1 for himself, unfortunately. But in terms of kills across this, I think only Fatar's numbers are a bit lacking, but that's also because you're playing more of a support role, as well as you're playing a lot of the bandits, you're playing a lot of, your agents, of allowing your opening up in terms of your attack rounds, helping out that way. But entry-wise, I think Ashrit, a very good mix-up coming into the remember, map number Ashrit wasn't there. Ashrit came in map 2 instead of Baz, and I think his debut into this series, into this semi-final 2, has been everything that Hasib Warriors hoped for.
Oh, absolutely. The grand finals here for Ashrit, giving him quite the platform to make a splash. But will he continue to do so? Will it be a 3-0 sweep? Or do we have ourselves a map 4 yet? We'll find out when we get to map 3. Until then, folks, we'll be taking a small break. Stay tuned.
bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Elite Community Series for Rainbow Six Siege X here at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me once again is my co-host, Madness, as we are back for this grand finals of qualifier number 1. That is correct. It's a best of 5, folks. And what might even be more surprising to some, if you're just now joining us, it is map number 3 that we're going to be going into. We'll have a look at that right now. In fact, as we get all of our viewers caught up as to the events, and it is currently a 2-0 for the side of Hasib Warriors. They are holding series points, having won both their map pick of Nighthaven Lab 7-5 and then Chalet, which was Blitzkrieg's map pick 8-6. So now we're going to be going into the map of Bank, which is, of course, once again, Hasib Warriors' pick. And boy, howdy, I'll tell you what, the pressure is on in that Blitzkrieg camp.
Oh, it's definitely on. And they have been close matches. Even map number 1 is 7-5. Map number 2 went overtime, whereas the Warriors came out on top. And map number 3, which is Bank, like you're saying. It's not a map we got to see that much throughout semifinals at all. It's not been picked like Nighthaven Labs. It's a bit of an question mark in terms of what kind of plays will be coming out. We haven't seen either of these teams perform it in recent times, at least. But with that being said, we're heading into the pick and ban phase. It's going to be Hibana getting banned out with the Azami as well. I'm expecting maybe even a Mira ban, because Bank basement Mira is also very strong. Even 2F side, if you use the rotation there on that side, can be as strong as well. But no, it's going to be the Valkyrie instead. So Hasib Warriors will be favoring putting out the Valkyrie more over so, and the Monty band will come in yet again, so we most likely will be seeing Blitz or Blackbeard if you're talking about shields later on. I'm talking about the Mira going through. The Mira is going to get picked up as well. Ions has no problem whatsoever, played it a lot of times in the previous maps as well, so he's going to be looking that down. Taha will be looking to be picking up the Blitz right now, unless they will change it later on in the run. But you have evil eye cams for Ven in the terms of the Maestro. You have your view jammers as well available to you. We're going to be going 2F to begin the day over here. The castle also provides a whole lot of utility in terms of importance. You can castle off some of these windows for yourself. Talks about how you want to be going for your piece, because this is a map of a lot of long angles, especially the 2F floor. You can get it from the skyline, you can get it from outside, rappelling on the big sides walls. You can do a lot depending on how you want to play it. And instead of bringing up Wamai, we're choosing to bring in a Jaeger for a Sparko over there. So let's see. I think it's the first time we're seeing him not playing the Frost.
It has certainly been a hot minute since we've seen Sparko not playing the Frost. I do agree with that. He was playing like a couple of other defenders in the previous map of Chalet as well. A lot of it was Frost, but I think he might have brought someone else out, at least for one round. Whether or not that is the case, Sparko looks like he might have even gone for a spawn peek. He's taken a ton of damage already, getting a little bit uncomfortably close to half HP, so he's just got to fall back, whatever he was doing, and stay safe is the main thing. Now, in terms of operator picks, actually, I do have another observation here. We have an operator we almost rarely ever see, that being the Sense from Baz. Now, Sense, of course, is a very interesting case. Rennie goes out. That's going to deny the Maestro Evil Eye on the main, reception, main lobby, Now, talking about Sense for just a hot minute. Operator, right? You don't necessarily... Okay, excuse me, I had a little bit of an internet hiccup on my end. But yeah, no, what I was saying is like Sense is a very interesting operator because while yes, their gadget does allow for those light walls to be put into play. Well, never mind. Zedex is just not going to let me talk about this right now. He's going to get a double kill to start things off, and that's Ven and Ashami. Ven is the big one here. Sparker's going to fall. Taha picks up a double of his own. Wait a minute. Blitzkrieg just completely falling by the wayside as they have been found, caught, and a flawless round to start things off. My goodness. Hasib Warriors, they are making a statement.
They are making a statement indeed. I was liking to hear about the Sense stuff and everything, but no, they just don't give you a chance. They're just gonna go ham into the fights. They take everything and maybe some even more flawless round to start off the attack of map 3 for them. And more importantly, talk about Sense, talk about the player Baz. Baz has come back into rotation. Baz had been sent out for map number 2. That's where the side of Ashrit had come in. But for map number 3, Baz is going to be making a reappearance and still will be looking to be holding on to Sense from what it seems, especially if we are going back to 2F, and we are going to go back to 2F. And talking about changes in operators in defense, we are going to be pulling in an Echo as well this time for Ven. So no longer the cams, no longer the evil eyes available, but you will have the Echo drones, which I would say prevents a lot, especially Echoes when you play offside. It's a lot that you can play around. You're going to have this pretty standard setup from what I can see. You're going to have the mirror we set up over there. We're going to have some changes coming in. We might even have a Kali coming into the hands of Baz from what the setups are going to be looking like, and it looks like Hasib wants to be changing over to the Blackbeard that he really does end up like playing quite a bit. He is one of the permanent players with the shield for himself along with Taha, so that's the way Taha actually who's going to be picking up the Sense for himself in this one. So they really like the Sense pickup. I think they have some plans according to it. When you get into sides from the window, you Sense, use your gadgets, you block off the lines of sight, you get into the side, you get the plants up depending on it, and that's why I think you have the Echo, which will provide so much utilization later on.
I do like the Echo pick. I'm going to have to level with you here because, of course, the Maestro is a fantastic operator. Don't get me wrong. That 80-round box mag on that LMG is invaluable compared to Echo's MP5 SD, which is a more traditional SMG by all regards. But at the same time, those Echo drones are very mobile. They are able to access places that Maestro's Evil Eye cannot and give you active intel in more places than not. So it really is a trade-off of whether or not you want active mobile utility or you want static utility with the opportunity to damage and see through smokes. But never mind, Zedux is starting things off. He's going to find Ions, who is, of course, the Mira, and that's going to be Ion shut down early yet again for the second round in a row. Interesting use of the ace here. He's going to go on the long rappel outside of garage ramp, and he's going to open up that side wall that overlooks the entire hallway. That's probably where the Kali is now going to be sitting, right? Because this is such a strong angle to hold. You're denying the hallway. Fatar has just gotten a Shami, and now suddenly it's a 5v3 with Hasib Warriors in a good spot once again.
Yeah, and that's the rotation of Fatar roaming around, gets another pick from that side after opening up the walls. Sparker gets the kill onto Xerax. The Echo drones are now... Finally, the walls actually do end up opening from the Selma charges. Now there's a long angle, and that's exactly what Baz does. He gets the kill onto Spark, or not aware of that. Hasib gets a kill onto Nipun. Only Ven alive. And as an Echo in the last scenario, there's not much you can do. And I think he's holed up an elevator. They kind of know his position. A bit suspicious. Baz is still holding the angles. There's not many places Ven can honestly go. He has his drone, but the plant has gone down. He's being held from two separate places. He's getting a lot of chunk damage as well. He's going to hit by the pistol because the bullets have run out. And Hasib's going to be picking up the pieces of Ven. All that was left of him gets a head shot onto the Echo. And if Echo's the last one alive with 4 people there against him, you can't even stop the diffusion. You have to be aware of people pushing into you. So unfortunately for Blitzkrieg, it's almost a similar pattern to what happened in round 1, just with more long angles opening up. You're taking the long angle kills as Hasib Warriors instead of just rushing into side and getting as much as you can. I think this is exactly what Blitzkrieg needs to do. They are looking to be locking in the basement. They need a change of pace. They need to break that momentum that Hasib Warriors are already building up.
That they absolutely do. A change in sight, a change in mentality is required. Second floor office has not worked out. You've tried it twice now. Let's switch it up, folks, and that's exactly what they're doing. Sparko's back on the Frost, as is kind of to be expected here. Jaeger hasn't really paid him much dividend, even though Sparko does kind of tend to play on the back foot these days, you know, opting to support his teammates and play kind of around site in a lurk capacity where he can. It doesn't seem to be working out for him. The Jaeger, who is just generally a more aggressive operator than the Frost is, right? Mira, of course, still available. Ion's bringing in those black mirrors, as is to be expected, but I do once again want to point out the fact that while we have all that kind of being set up, we have a very interesting attacker pick here, because Fatar's gotten the Ying, we've got the Kali from Baz, we've got Brava to deal with the Aruni Gates, and of course the Kaid Electro Claws. We've got the Blackbeard once again, and Zedek's bringing in the Grim to round everything out, and I say his name and he kills Ions. What is happening this time? Map number 3, Ions has not caught a singular break right now, as we have someone with the DMR. That's a Nippon coming up the blue stairs. Position given away of the Blackbeard. A lot of pre-fire through that fire extinguisher smoke right now. Ven's taking damage, as we have Sparko on top floor trying to potentially get a flank or something going. Ven, the Goyo towards mid stairs, has been hit up quite a bit. The hatches have already been taken care of. My goodness, the speed and efficiency of Hasib Warriors right now is certainly to be striven for. As the Frost, well, Sparko is going to put down an off-site, off-kilter Frost mat. Whether or not that works, of course, is anybody's guess, but right now, I will say this much. Hasib Warriors, they were bleeding. Taha does fall, though, as Nippon manages to get a clap back.
Yeah, Taha kind of in two minds of which way his crosshair. It comes in the swing, Nippon gets the kill, but more importantly, we don't have hard breaches in the terms of Hasib Wars. You have 2 hard secondary breaches in the hands of Fatar if he wants to use them later on. But that's a, you open the hatch or you open up server room on the bottom side, depending on how you want to play. But Shami has a nice angle here from all the way inside basement if he wants to go for any pickup whatsoever. But it's a 4 versus 4 Ven, and Xerax have been shot up as well as Sparko has been. Ven lower on the HP side. Xerax is still roaming. Maybe he's worried about any more stranglers. We're going to have ways opened up by Baz, and we're still a bit far from the building. If we are Fatar, we have to start making our approach at this point, and there are from 2F the hatches are open, so you can get some kills through it. That's what Ven is waiting for over there on the top side. Let's see if he can get anything later on. He's just hold up in elevator. Zedux enters and gets another kill for himself, and he's gonna jump all the way down as well. He was in tellers, is gonna be roaming around, gets a pickup. He did an opening fight. You have the Blackbeard as well open here, but you don't have EMPs.
Still second floor.
Goyo is still second floor, that's what I'm saying. So if you want to go in, you have to go in fast. Fatar gets a kill onto Ashami. Goyo's far from sight, and so is Nippon. It's very hard if you want to go in. Ying charges being exposed. They're looking to drop down over here. This is exactly what they're going to do. And now it's up to the defenders, up to Nippon and Ven to do much. Ven gets a kill onto Xerax, now making his way downtown. Nippon gets another onto Fatar, making it a 2 versus 2. Baz gets a kill onto Ven. It's all up to Nippon. Spraying and praying, but it's going to be Hasib getting the kill onto Nippon. Gets the plant down, gets back up, gets the spray down as well. It's much easier to spray and pray if you have an assault rifle compared to a DMR. You're trying to look at every single position you're trying to go for as Nippon, but it still got pretty close towards the end, given that it was a 4 versus 2 before you started getting kills from the side of Blitzkrieg.
Well played from the side of Hasib Warriors, and Blitzkrieg definitely clawed their way back a lot more that round than they were able to on second floor office, but ultimately the result is the same. Blackbeard and Mira are going to be our final bans for the first half here on Bank, but I can certainly see the slowdown kind of happening here from Blitzkrieg. They have, after all of that, after all that bravado and momentum in the second map of Chalet, here on Bank, they look almost clueless. I hate to say it, but they certainly haven't shown up yet. Now, of course, it's only the first 3 rounds, right? Things can always change, and they probably will eventually, right? However, it is, of course, anybody's game for now, and we will have to just wait and see who is going to be able to, well, make what kind of play, right? So, all that out of the way, all that preamble and context done, what are we looking at in terms of picks? Well, Hasib, Now that's interesting. He might be looking to go for a Nook, and the Lion's going to be picked up by Z-Dux in return. Osa being brought in by Baz. Now that's a pick we haven't seen in a hot minute. Osa, a very, very dependable operator because she gets 2 deployable shields that you can just put down wherever, much like a defender would, but that's your main gadget as an attacker. So, and given the fact that they're bulletproof, of course, you can sit behind them, especially if you've baited out things like the C4s and impact grenades, excuse me, and that allows you to really play around with a defender who really just can't do anything if that Osa shield is not denied early on. So with all that said, Z-Dux is already in dirt, and oh dear me, this Nook, oh, he's been read into, and that's going to be the kill. Hasib to fall, and this time, for the first time in Bank so far, the first kill, the entry kill, goes the way of Blitzkrieg, only for Z-Dux to immediately fire back.
Fire back, he did into a Shami skull. They're gonna pick up the kid, and now because of this, because of the opportunity, this was assuming we're gonna have the CC room. That's where everyone's trying to actually enter from the server side, right? We're just gonna open up the walls. You have Osa to hide behind the shield. Z-Dux gonna get another kill, this time onto Nipun. So Z-Dux is doing a lot of work trying to go for the room. Ben and Sparko have doubled up for themselves from dirt. Everybody's gonna be entering. You have the Osa in front. You're gonna let the Thermite go there, open up the wall, go for the plant later on. You don't have C4s actually to throw, because the last 2 agents had deployable shields. Basically, they have nothing else available, so you can have the flames of the Junker to delay, but that's about it. If the Junker goes down, that's everything that's gone that could stop this plant from going down. And you can see Baz is walking up behind that shield as well. Oh my god, it looks like Taha might be getting caught out. He was trying to come back up from server stairs. Here comes a nade out. Nade's not connecting. There are pings coming in from the line charges. You've got the knock. I don't think he's aware that he's got the knock. He's still trying to pre-fire, but that's Ben who's out of the picture, out of the round. Sparko gets a kill onto Fatar below, and now it looks like they're trying to mount their comeback. Now they should find out that Ben is knocked. Sparko and Ions are only ones alive. There's 32 seconds left for the fuser that has been planted for the side of the attackers to win. Sparko's trying to fight. It's actually Iron Zero that gets caught out. Sparko, all that remains, and Sparko ends up going down to the hands of Z-Dux, because that was Ella that was already knocked down earlier on the top side. 4 rounds in a row in attack for Hasib Warriors on a bank, and they're showing us why they have picked this map.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. No one can, contest the fact that Hasib Warriors came prepared when it was about Bank. They do not mess around, and they're showing us exactly why you should be afraid when you are fighting this team in any capacity. You come up against them in a competitive game, folks, they will give it their all, because that's exactly what you should be doing. And right now, Blitzkrieg, they are facing that music, they are facing the tunes, and unfortunately coming up short time and time again. I will say though, that previous round, every round so far in this attack for Hasib Warriors, or the defense for Blitzkrieg, whichever way you want to look at it, has gotten slightly more chaotic than the previous, right? We started with a flawless round at round 1, then a four-player round win in round number 2, down to a relatively close, I think it was a 3v2 in round number 3, and then the previous round it came down to the 2v2 till the very end. And I say 2v2 because, of course, Ven the Ella was down on first floor, right? Basically taking her out of the equation. So it's kind of gotten closer and closer as Blitzkrieg has kind of understood what it is that Hasib Warriors have been bringing out and how they've been playing the map. But at the end of the day, those minutiae, those nuances of each round won't really matter too much, because the final score will still say 4-0. The final statistics will still say that Ions was 0-4 down going into round number 5, that Ashami similarly 0-4 down. And on the other side, of course, Hasib 3-1, Fatar 2-2, Baz 4-0. So it's really just a case of whatever you're learning, Blitzkrieg, you now need to put that into use. As in the meanwhile, round number 5, we've already got a push into garage happening, and it's a fuse shield. Not something you see every day.
It is not, and Hasib is feeling himself bring that up. And we also do have, you know, the solace in the hands of Ashabi, especially at this point, right? And it looks like they brought a Thermite yet again, but I do not see any EMPs, not even the secondary ones for themselves. So I'm not sure how they want to deal with this guy at the end of the day, but they're looking to be taking this basement for the garage part for themselves. Here comes a lion charge. Nobody's moving whatsoever. We're just going to keep stationary. No one's going to get caught. Look at Baz. He has a nice angle. He knows exactly where Solace is. You know, Solace is stuck in the corner. Oh, the second he turns away, that's when the Solace ended up going for the peak. But for now, nothing else. And Hasib, with that shield, has actually been knocked in garage. Actually, above. He's been knocked above, and he goes down to Sparko's secondary shotgun. Sparko was looking for another person on the floor because he was assuming there was another, and he assumed correctly. But unfortunately for him, Fatar was quicker to the trigger, gets the kill onto Sparko. You're going to open the hatches that haven't even been reinforced, actually, by this side. But Ion on the kite gets another kill onto Xerox. Xerox has been the man who's getting a lot of these frags in the mid-round with the side of a C, whereas he will unfortunately be no longer available. It's a 4 versus 3. You can hear some ash charges coming into effect. You're using the Twitch drone to actually get rid of the kite. Ion there, another good shot onto Baz's forehead, straight up into using the exothermic charges to get the hatches, but no, it gets tricked just in time by Ion Zera. You're going to neutralize that for yourself. Almost catching out is Fatar there on the bot side onto Solace. Solace is looking for another peek, is trying to jiggle onto the door, and now fully commits to the spray and just runs away. Instead, 2 people left alive. For Whereas you're going to jump down as well, but you're jumping into smoke. You're taking a lot of damage. Ben peeks around the corner, gets the kill on the Taha, and Nipun with the finisher on to Fatar. So finally, Blitzkrieg winning a defensive round in back.
One defensive round, which could be the start of many rounds for the side of Blitzkrieg if they play this correctly. That's what they need to do here. They are absolutely trying their hardest, and you can see it, right? As I said before, they've been learning over the last 3 rounds as to how it is that Hasib Warriors has been playing the map of Bank. What kind of movement to expect, what kind of play styles are they bringing out, and they have finally gotten around where they were able to counter it. Once again, they got that first kill. Yes, the all-important entry frag, of course you need it, but what's more important is that they were able to shut down the counter that Hasib Warriors wanted to deploy, which was to push into, server room very quickly and take control of blue and all that stuff, right? You had the peek from the Kaid that completely shut that down. Zedex on Garage was supposed to be, holding that hallway, that doorway, and maybe even the line of sight into red, or vault hallway, if you want to call it that. And that was also shut down once again by the Kaid, who really was the playmaker for that round. So all things considered, Blitzkrieg certainly had a lot to say, and they said it with a fair modicum of style. With all that, of course, now out of the way, we're moving to round 6, the last round of the first half, and potentially the last round of a Hasib Warriors first half in this matchup. Again, I say that potentially, big air quotes on the potentially, because if this is a 3-0, then of course we won't see Hasib Warriors after this map, because they will have won something for themselves. This grand finals. That is a Shami star. A Shami! He's got 2 big ones, and he's just barely alive to talk about it for another day.
That was dirty what this man just did with that MP7 on that window. Gets 2 opening frags for him, much needed to boost their confidence, honestly, into the round. And he's got the sense, and he's got Cedars, he's got the Thatcher, so no more EMPs available currently for themselves. On the top side, Taha is trying to get any PC can with the DMR, just pre-firing away, not hitting anything. But yeah, talk about a shot. Oh, this is well down from the skyline. I don't know if you can catch out anybody. You are trying to go for those kind of people, because there's a clash actually on the window where Taha is currently studying. So if they can get page onto him, that could be a nice kill. But no, from the skyline, we go back up to the rooftop. We're going to come up to a separate place. We're going to maybe 2 versus 1 this clash, essentially, trying to get different kind of angles. And instead, Lion's gone up top, and now you can actually go for more peaks. And maybe another rappel from the skyline is exactly what's going to happen. Taha has triggered the Lion scanner, but yeah, this Clash going to run away. He knows because of the line scanner, he's probably going for the peaks for themselves. You're going to use a soft breach as well as the Ace Salmas for yourself, but that was the Clash getting completely finished like we were talking about. Unfortunately, he has bought a lot of time for his team because there's only 1 minute left on the clock, right? You're now finally getting the walls open, but Nipun has something to say about that. Nipun gets another pick, and this time it's on to Taha. So both the P7 is doing a lot, but talking about that, the Fatar gets the trade kill onto Nipun. It's a 3 versus 2, and that make that a 3 versus 1. Fatar gets caught trying to sprint across, not very advised over. Then Ashami closing out the round, getting himself a triple kill with the final kill onto Hasib over here.
They played the stall utility very well right there, Blitzkrieg. And they definitely needed to do that. Again, 2 rounds, 2 very important rounds, as they have gotten a little bit of momentum, taken some of it away from Hasib Warriors, and given themselves a little breather, right? They're not going to be all the way down in a 0-6 just yet. It's not all out and all hopeless. There is still hope. There is still a fighting chance. With that said, we're going to be moving into the second half here, and the first bans for the second half, of course, are going to come out before round number 7 starts. To start us off, we're going to be seeing the Mira and the Hibana banned, understandably so. The Queen of Hatches is incredibly effective on Bank. That's why you want to get rid of her. And on the other side, of course, Mira, we just saw how deadly she can be for those first 3 rounds. Even if those first 3 rounds weren't really going Blitzkrieg's way, the Mira was still there. Those Black Mirrors were still being as much of a nuisance as they could be given the situation they were in, but the idea is still there, right? You just don't want to deal with it, especially given how informed Hasib Warriors look right now. And on the other side, of course, we have the Azami ban, industry standard, and Grim to follow it up, again denying that intel potential for the attackers.
Yeah, we're going to be starting in the basement for the first part for the Sea Warriors. Remember when Blitzkrieg had started off in defense, they started two unsuccessful top sides and 2F, and that's after that they made the switch. But instantly, Sea Warriors game plan is we start from the bottom over here, and we're going to have maybe Baz get some picks off for herself. We're going to have a Tachanka in the hands of Fatar. We're going to have the Black Eyes in the hands of Tahar. Remember, wants to set up. And Hasib, more importantly, has the ward and can look through the smokes and still get the pick. And if I'm seeing the picks correctly from the side of Blitzkrieg right now, if we're bringing in the Thermite, if we're bringing in the Thatcher, this is going to definitely be a server take with the Shami going for the roams on that Deimos for himself. Sparko even has the Jackal to hunt down roamers as well. So there's going to be a double team up of the Deimos and Jackal up, both tracking operators for yourself over them, then price. But in the meantime, Nipun and Ion will be probably just heading towards server for themselves in the meantime over there. But as the run signs, we have nothing off, so we're just shooting default cameras at the point, maybe getting the glass away from the skyline. We're looking but not finding anything. Finally, drones coming out from Nipun to secure areas. We're not going to have much of a garage presence if we're going to be as the boards. We're probably going to have just a Black Eye watching it over. We have a deployable shield in server staircase, right? Exactly where this Warden's going to be playing. He has the shotgun as well, plus the secondary SMG for those long range fights if he wants to go for it. And Warden's the only one actually who can be tracked by Deimos at this current time.
That, of course, is not going to be too welcoming for a Shami right there, given the fact that they need to red ping more of these defenders. But the Warden is sitting pretty much pretty in the sight as well. I think Hasib, at the very least, is on blue, not on inside. But that's still a very powerful position for the Warden to take because he's got a deployable shield. He's probably just holding it behind the shield as well, a position that's very commonly used, or used to be, the smokes position, and can still be if you want to play it that way. But of course, if you're getting the deployable shield with the Warden, you might as well let the Warden take charge anyway. There's, of course, somebody else on first floor roaming around, and that's going to be in Archives Zedux, who has been Jackal pinged once. Of course, Jackal did get a slight rework to his gadget, but still, the identification is what matters here. Zedux, his position is now given away, and there you go. Ashami will hunt him down, and beautifully so, in the right time. Zedux being shut down this early is very good for Hasib Warriors, because again, he's pretty much been that guy. Grenade goes out, that's gonna deny the shield here, and there you go. The grenade's gonna force him back even more. Shotgun's out, and he misses the second shot. If he connected onto a Xiaomi, that would have been huge right there. He would have had time potentially to swing on the other attackers coming his way, but it doesn't matter now. Hasib has fallen, and that's gonna force Baz and whoa, wait a minute. Are they going for a double flank in the mid round here? Or I should say the late round. They are gonna try it. Baz is going to get one. He's going to fall back because he took a bit of damage. That's one down. But with 30 seconds remaining, it's going to be a case of going for the plant here. Tachanka is going to try and delay for as much as possible. Those Shumikas are going to be incredibly useful here. But there you have the shotgun. It's cleared out the wall. And you can bet that Nippon wants to go for this plant so badly. There's somebody, the Ven, excuse me, going for the garage play. This could be huge right now. I don't think they know. And if Ven is able to make good time on this, which he looks like he might be able to, this could be big. Baz has actually turned around. He's been red pinged. And Ven's going to get one. Sparko falls on the other side. Wait a minute. They weren't able to get the plant down because of the Tachanka and the Goyo, the time being wasted. Beautifully so, and that's going to afford Hasib Warriors their 5th round in this matchup.
It isn't. The Chanka staying alive for so long means so much because the flames are just raining down from the skies over there with the spot they want to plant that diffuser. They cannot. Even for good measure, a C4 was chucked at the end as well. But yeah, you burn down over there. You can't get the plant down. You had the man advantage very early into the round. You had a lot. But if you're just going from one side, if you're not preventing, you know, the util from the defenders and prevent the plant, you can't actually end up doing much over there. Like, you burnt everything to get the rumors, you burnt everything to get onto site over there, right? Because you used both your nades on the blue stairs trying to get the warden out the way. You used a lot to try and get the Goyo who's sitting inside open area, inside of staff room, and you still get the kill on it. But after that, there's just no plant. You can't do anything. The whole game, as the attackers, you're trying to get the plant on. You can't get the plant on, you're going to go down. You buy time. That's exactly what Hasib Warriors did. That's kind of what their operators was kind of set up to do as well. Like, you have the Tachanka exactly for that reason. They played it to perfection, I would say, towards the end part, and the plant doesn't go. Hasib Warriors gets around 5 rounds to their name, 2 only to Blitzkrieg as of now, and unfortunately for them, their attack didn't start off the same way that Hasib Warriors did. Now, back to 2F. We're not having that many changes in operators. We're going to have a Xiaomi back again on the Deimos. We're going to have Sparko. This time, it's not the Jackal going to be going onto the Ash. Nippon's got the Ace. We have the Thatcher in for Ions. Talking about the defense, though, Fatar now being the one who actually has the Warden to him. Baz has the Mute. We have a Wamai, we have a Valkyrie, and we have a Lucy present. But already Baz gets a kill onto Ben and gets another onto Ions. Sparko, what has just happened? That was a run out and a half that Baz just went for, got a triple kill before the trade came in, and I am at a complete loss of words about what just happened here, Blackjack.
We are now protected.
Hamana, what? Okay, I have to take a second, because the thing is, right, I was like, organizing some of the notes I've taken in the last couple of rounds, just putting in my thoughts and whatever have you, and then I look up, there's a Mute who's just running around the palm trees outside, taking in the scenery, while Van, Sparko, and Ion struggle to take him out. That was an exchange and a half, and I don't think anything could have prepared me for this. It's too early for this. I'm going to be honest with you. Just for context, folks, where I live right now, it is 11:04 a.m. I've been up since about 6, give or take, and yeah, it's still too early for me to be seeing this. Regardless, we've got to swing in 2 stock. Shots are fired. Ashami with 2. All right, we've got a fireback happening right about now, and this Deimos is certainly not giving up. That is for certain. Never mind. Zedex with the C4 from below. He had the call out from the Valkyrie cameras, and they know that the last one is in stocks as well. Nippon with the AK-12 is going to be trying to do what he can. It's a 1v2. It's definitely doable, and he knows kind of the positions of where these final 2 defenders are. He's out by vending machine right now, just kind of holding this exterior, I say exterior, just off-site hallway by janitor. And he's going to try and play this about as safe as he can, right? 40 seconds is a lot of time for a 1v2 to actually happen. So all he needs to do is take his time, try to get some intel going. Maybe if he has a drone, which he actually does, use that drone to his advantage. He's taking a bit of damage right now. The Valkyrie knows where he is, and position is given away. And there you go. Taha will come around, find Nippon. And that, folks, is going to take us to 6 rounds in favor of Hasib Warriors. And, folks, you know what that means? That is series point now for this team, 6-2.
That point, series point, everything on the line for Blitzkrieg to try and mount what seems like just keeps on becoming a bigger mountain to climb. The distance is just widening between them and the Hasib Warriors. The Hasib Warriors getting round after round after round, and Blitzkrieg only managed 2 during their own defense, right? So it didn't look like a good start. Just being back. Mind you guys, Bank is the map pick of Hasib Warriors, so there's a reason they're showing so much prowess on this map. They've opted for the Teller Office and Archive side, given that they've already successfully defended basement, successfully defended 2F. The base one got iffy towards the end, but hey, that's what the chuck is for, and it looks like Baz is going to be bringing out the Vigil. I think they're just going to have a bit of fun with it at this point. The Baz bring out Vigil. Fatar is going back to the Thunderbird. Taha has the Kite especially as well, and we have the Black Eye Cams from Z-Dux, and it especially proved useful last time because of that below ground C4. This might have been no matter what, but from the side of Blitzkrieg, we're going for maybe similar operators. We're going to be bringing the Ace, the Thatcher, and the Jackal, but we might have Ion switching in over to his signature Blitz later on. Ashami is going to be still on the Deimos, and Vent actually made the switch up to a Twitch. That Twitch is pretty much going to be their only avenue. If the switch from the Thatcher happens to the Blitz, like the Twitch is the only thing that can get these Skyads at this point. And that's exactly what he's probably going to be going for. And it's going to be Sparker actually changing it up and going over to the Jackal. So again, double tracker operators. You have Ions on the shield. I'm expecting big things from them, hopefully, because this age, if they lose, they are out. It's going to be a Hasib Warriors as your champions.
And I'll tell you what, Hasib Warriors would be happy to just close things out right now. They've got 4 rounds of series point. That's a lot of comfortability, folks. Let's not forget. Because like you can lose 1 round, you can lose 2 even, and you'd still be in a tremendously advantageous position and putting so much pressure on your opponents as a result. So as it stands right now, Hasib Warriors has everything to lose and not a lot to gain at the same time. Tha's gonna be down, interestingly enough. He was on 2nd floor here. Not sure exactly where he might have gone down for. Oh, it would have been the long angle here. Yeah, understandably so. Shots fired. Z-Dux doing everything he can to maybe, get a kill. It wasn't to be because he didn't do any damage to the Ace. Instead, he took all the damage on himself. The Twitch drone finished off the Maestro at the same time. Valkyrie has now been targeted by Deimos, and there we go. Those Kona stations once again come in handy, and they're going to be for sure. Blitz has been spotted. Ion's taking a bit of damage right now, and that is going to be the focus point for the side of the defense for the, next few minutes.
Absolutely, and then we have entries into the building above, right? Taha gets finished off, Kite finished off by the Twitch drone. Unfortunate for him, he's the first casualty in this round. But Baz striking up into Sparkle. Ion gets the kill on the Z-Dux. Fatar gets the trade onto Ion. So a quick trade, flurry of gunfights going on, and you get the knock onto Baz as well as Nippon gets that kill in. It looked like Baz could have maybe come out of, but no, it's the man advantage from the side of Blitzkrieg. There are 3 members to just the 2 of Hasib Warriors. This is them looking the strongest they've licked so far, except for that first round of attack from them, right? For right now, Fatar and Hasib, big shoes to fill up into, big things to step up for, and the only one you can actually target if you are a Shami is going to be Fatar, and Fatar gets another kill onto Nippon, a double kill for this man in this defense. It's a 2 versus 2. A deployable shield is also open in front of Fatar if he wants to peek through that. We're still not going to be Deimos tracking him and allowing us to maybe try and get the kill. The diffuser has also been dropped as well over there, so you have to be looking to pick that up. Fatar gets a quick kill on Rashami. Excellent peek over there. His triple of it. Is he looking for the quad right now? He swings, he finds out where Ven is. Ven panic pre-fires the angles where the bullets were coming from, but look at the flank. Here comes Hasib. He's also here with the fight. He's not checking the correct angle. He's behind the deployable shit. The GGs have already come in into the chat. And that's going to be Fatar picking up a Quadra to close out the map, to close out the series, to close it out for Hasib Warriors to be your Grand Finals champions in Qualifier 1.
Big congratulations to the Hasib Warriors. They are the ones who walk away with the best seed in the playoffs. They are the ones who win Qualifier 1 Best of 5 Grand Finals here at the South Asia Rainbow Six Siege X Elite Community Series at Frag Nation in partnership with Ubisoft. It is a 3-0 sweep and a pretty clean one at that. It was close in map number 1, 7-5 to them on their map pick of Labs. Then it was an 8-6 absolute knuckle dragger of a game on the map of Chalet. And then it was a 7-2, a quiet whimper to finish off the map. Well, a quiet whimper is how the side of Blitzkrieg ended up going out, not with a bang, but with, well, an unfortunately wet thud. The side of Hasib Warriors, on the other hand, well, they went out with glory because they have given themselves the best seed, the best chance to get the playoffs, and, well, to hit the ground running on the playoffs, right? Because from here all the way till the 5th of October, they essentially have a full time to rest, practice, and prepare. And that's exactly what they are going to be doing. That's true for all of the teams that have, of course, played in this first qualifiers. But for Hasib Warriors, that's truer than most because they will be carrying this momentum into the playoffs, and that will matter tremendously when we do get to that. But, you know, that's kind of future talk of nearly a whole month in the future for that matter. So let's not worry about that too much. We'll worry more so about the stats, the numbers, and then potentially getting one of the players from the winning team or the losing team, depends. And we'll, maybe to ask them some questions. We've been doing that, right, for the last couple of streams here. And I'd like to do a little bit more of that, hopefully with one of the players from Hasib Warriors in this final segment. But I gotta say, all things considered, given how it goes, given how this entire matchup went, Hasib Warriors definitely showed a lot of improvement, a lot of adaptation, and they even started cleaning up on the mistakes that they were making in map number 1 that we did point out a lot. So all things considered, great plays from them. And to Blitzkrieg, I mean, yes, you did lose the grand finals here, and it was a bit demoralizing to go down 0-3, but take heart, second place is not anything to scoff at. And of course, in an entire roster and a tournament pool full of greats, you certainly put your name up there alongside them.
Yeah, especially after their performance in the semifinals. Like, I think that's what Blitzkrieg really showed. Maybe today's slight off day for them going into it. They did good fights. I think they were just not prepared for Bank, honestly. The way it was looking for them. Maybe that's why it's not been permanent ban for them most of the series they've been playing. But for the side of Hasib Warriors, they haven't dropped a map throughout any series they've played. If we look at it properly, they have gone 2-0, 2-0 into a 5-0 and all the 1-0s before that. So Hasib Warriors are looking like the team to beat when you hit into the playoffs, and I think Blitzkrieg is definitely going to come back with a vengeance, with better preparation for that playoff scenario between them, because I think Blitzkrieg did put up a good showing. I think that map number 1, map number 2 could have definitely gone both ways, the way you're looking at, because it's a 7-5, it's an 8-6, it's an overtime at the end of the day, right? It's about how you want to prepare for those final rounds. But I think Back is just a completely different story, because that's the pick of Hasib Warriors, and they look pretty fantastic onto it. Their defense looked especially scary. Like, you couldn't beat them a single defense round because of the kind of ways they're playing. Even when they lose man advantage in the basement side, the Chunka comes in, he plays big for you. But taking a look at the scoreboard over here, ladies and gentlemen, this is just for map number 3, for the map of Bank. I see a lot of 9-7s and 4-7s on the side of Hasib Warriors. They've come up in, nice synchronized pattern actually over there. And Z-Lux actually has 3 opening frags, only giving away 1. At the same time, Ashami gets 2 of his own, right? So I think these are good numbers if you're going to look at it in terms of your opening frag kills. If you talk about terms of kills and per death, talking about that way, it's Nipun and Ashami leading the charge from the side of Blitzkrieg, but from the side of Hasib Warriors, Zedux, Ashrif, and Fatar doing the same amount of work. But I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to have Ashrif here, because it's supposed to be Baz, if I'm not wrong, Blackjack.
Yeah, I was gonna say this map. I think Ashrit didn't really play. It was Baz, right, from my recollection as well. So maybe a minor hiccup here and there, folks. It does tend to happen. Don't worry about it. These are, of course, the statistics, and I think the stats are correct. It's just the name that didn't get swapped out, probably. Because I'll tell you what, after that triple kill run out from second floor, the little banana blue hallway, whatever you want to call it, after that, I'm pretty sure Baz was going 9-7 by the end of the game. If that were not the case, I would have torn a piece of my hair out, I'll tell you what. But still, all things considered, beautiful game from the side of Hasib Warriors right towards the tail end here on Bank. 7-2 to them. And that was a dominating display. And on the other side for Blitzkrieg, you could kind of see them running out of stamina, running out of juice. And like you said, probably weren't really prepared for Bank at the end of the day. And it's unfortunate, but it's kind of just one of those things, right? There's always going to be a map you're not fully prepared for. There's always a map that you might not even be expecting, right? Excuse me. Mm-hmm. And for me, of course, if I were in their shoes, kind of putting myself in there, I would probably... for me, would probably be a map like Lair, right? Which I do know gets played in other regions relatively frequently, actually. Maybe not so much here in South Asia, but other regions like NA, Lair is actually middlingly popular. It's not very popular like Clubhouse and Chalet, but it's up there, is what I was trying to say. So that would be a map that for me is unexpected, even as a commentator, but here, I think Bank was that map for Blitzkrieg. Either that or they simply lost too much of their morale, too much of their mental game, and too much of their stamina in map 2 Chalet, where they really did give it their all. They left it all on the field. And again, big props, big hats off to them for making it this far. Ven, Sparko, Ashami, Nippon, Ions, give yourselves a pat on the back. Second place, yes, it might not be first place. Yes, it's the penultimate spot. But it was still a fantastic tournament run y'all had to get all the way up here.
Exactly. And I think, like you said, they deserve a pat on the back. They did tremendous, especially during the semifinals. In that one map too, where if they lose, they're out, and in the 4v5 they came out on top. So that takes guts, that takes effort, into that takes team chemistry. Unfortunately, you can follow any, but Hasib Warriors is probably one of the best teams currently right now in the region. So it's always going to be a tough hill battle. And the other two maps you did fantastic against. There's only Bank where you fell slightly more on the shorter side, but other than that, I think it's going to be good. I can't wait to see these guys maybe battle it out again in the playoffs, because this has been an entertaining series of Rainbow Six Siege, especially just even in this map. Talk about that, Baz running out the window, gets a shotgun into 2 SMG kills before you trade that just I cannot just tell you how good I felt when I saw that. And we got to see a couple of clutches coming up, right? Ashami gets a 1v2 in basement in the map of Chalet, very good for himself. And then when Baz has his own shenanigans as well, I just think these are the kind of plays that make you want to watch more Rainbow Six Siege, makes you fall in love with the game even more, especially even if you're a new type of audience member, a new person coming into it. These kind of plays will get you kind of hooked onto the game. Because I remember this is exactly what got me hooked into this kind of a game back in the day when I used to play it a lot more than it currently am. But I think these are good numbers, no matter which way you look at. Blitzkrieg will be pattern. I think they deserve a pat on the back for doing this. From Hasib Warriors, this is kind of the tendency I was expecting. Not dropping a single map across any of the series you've played in Qualifier 1 is also a huge achievement to have. That shows that you have an impenetrable defense right now for them, right? And now we take a look a bit at the stats of all 3 maps combined. As you can see here, in terms of kills, everybody's above the 20 kill counter in terms of Blitzkrieg. So you've done quite a bit for yourself. And then if you look at the side of Hasib, whereas Baz's number is going to be a bit on the lower side because he only ended up playing 2 maps right at the end of the day. But if you look at Xenox, 33 kills to just the 29, right? The guy with the positive KD, the guy leading from the charge, and him and Baz are the ones with more than a 1 rating right now.
Yeah, and that's again an indicator to just everything that's happened in this entire matchup, right? Baz, like you said, his statistics will be a little bit more on the kind of extreme end because he only really played the 2 maps instead of all 3. But then you also look at Zedux, 33 and 29 with the 66.67 cost and 75% headshot ratio. All things considered, those are great stats when you've played all 3 maps and had such an impact on especially maps 2 and 3. So all things considered, very well played between both sides. And they have given themselves quite a lot to look forward to and given us quite a lot to look forward to when we get to the final playoffs. But with all that said, folks, we're not quite done here yet because, of course, we have, as promised, an interview segment with one of the players that played tonight, and we will be going into it right here, right now. So let's get into it. It is Nadia Shad, my friend. It has been a minute since I've seen you and talked to you. How are you feeling tonight?
Fantastic as usual. More fantastic because I got to hear the overtime rumble as well.
Absolutely. It is certainly wonderful to see you guys play as well. And, well, fantastically played, all things considered. You guys pulled out all the stops, gave us a fantastic grand finals. So walk us through it. How are you guys feeling? How's the team feeling right now?
Team is feeling good. Vibes are great. Team is throwing as usual. That means the vibes are good too. If they were not throwing and scared, that means we were not feeling that well. But I guess throwers are going. That's why I feel his team is doing good.
Okay, and then you've not lost a single map throughout any of the series that you guys have been playing, right? And you came in as a substitute during map number 2 coming up. So what are your thoughts of coming in for just map number 2 and then Baz switching out again for map number 3?
Baz has some new internet connection, so he tapped out at the very end. I was busy eating some white sauce pasta, then his internet tapped out, so I had to play. So it's just that vibes are good. We don't take the white sauce pasta, yes, the non-veg one. So because the team is having fun and they don't care whether it's the coach playing with the trash aim, they also get trash aim. So it doesn't matter whether I'm playing or who's playing. We just play for the vibes. We are having fun. We are practicing in the background for the playoffs and all. So we are fine. We are doing good.
Absolutely. And, since you mentioned the playoffs, that kind of segues into the next question I had for you, which is the playoffs, of course, are going to be a lot more high stakes from this particular qualifiers, right? You guys had already qualified going into the semifinals here, of course, so the stream matches were more of like having fun, practicing strats is what I can gather based on what you've told us so far. But the playoffs, it's going to be double brackets there. You're going to be fighting for a potential spot in the APAC Asia Cup, qualifiers, right? So kind of what is the mentality for you guys when you look at that part of the tournament?
For the playoffs, we want to put our best foot forward. We want to ensure that we remain consistent, that our practice reflects onto the game days and the throws and all. For right now, because we qualified already, it's fine. But during playoffs, I do not want the team to throw at all. Because after that APAC playoff thing will also happen with the 2 SEA teams. So if we make bad habits during playoffs, that will kill us absolutely against them because they'll punish us really hard for it. So for the playoffs, we want to build more consistency. We want to ensure we have the right practices, the right habits ongoing so that we do not suffer during the chaos. As you both may have noticed, in the middle of the rounds, the game becomes so chaotic that only your setup habits will save you. Nobody can predict what will happen next because the game just executes so quickly in the span of like 20 seconds. So good habit making is very important. So long as we have good fundamentals, doesn't matter who we are facing, we should be good. So that's what we are trying to build.
And then, speaking about this series that you guys implement, the South Asia Elite Community Series, and the opportunity it brings for the South Asian Siege teams, how do you view it right now, given the current state of Siege in South Asia?
I think it's very good. I love the fact that the prize pool is split amongst all 8 teams. I had raised this feedback way back 2-3 years ago to all the stakeholders that give prize money to all the people who participate so that it's not just the top 2 teams holding up everything. Everybody should get something out of it so that they feel that they have accomplished something. So I like the format that they have gone for. Everybody in the top 8 are getting a prize pool. And then we get to face the SEA teams again, even though we potato and did not make it to the APL. We got another chance to face them again, so it's very good for the region. I'm also looking forward to new players and new teams joining the mix. Blitzkrieg is a new mix of players, so I like to see that. I want to see more teams pop up for the second qualifier also. The region has many Siege players. If you play ranked, you'll notice them, but I want them to come and play in the scene also. And I like the format. I feel like it should draw them forward.
Absolutely. And I actually do want to add on to the fact that you did mention that there's a lot of people who play Siege in South Asia, just across South Asia, Southeast Asia, right? So if you had to kind of give a message to all of those players who may be thinking about, do I want to go competitive? Do I not? Especially, since it's year 10, season 3 now of Rainbow Six, what would your message be to them?
My message to them would be, don't view this like a Call of Duty game. Don't play ranked that way. Play with the stack. Try more and more strategies. Watch pro league teams. Hell, copy them blatantly if you have to. And then see how the game will become very fun, because that's where the game is really unique. You can get started by playing in the Flag Nation tournaments. The next qualifiers will come shortly. Or you can contact any of my teammates on man server as well. Try to see the game from a different light compared to just ranked. Ranked is just a grind, but you won't see the beauty of the game in ranked all the time. So come forward, give the different side of Siege a try, and I hope you have fun, because this is still one of a kind game. I don't think there's anything like this out there. So yeah, try more sides of Siege is what I would say.
And you guys have played against most of this competition before, like Blitzkrieg more than your team, but you've seen also the other matches that happened during the semifinals and other stuff that happened. In your opinion, is there any team that you guys have your eyes set on, like these are our biggest competition, or these kind of players, the guys that we want to be going up against?
They are all very fun opponents to face against. WSP on some maps is very fun. Blitzkrieg today was very fun on Chalet. They were matching up pace many of the rounds. Our biggest opponent will continue to be ourselves. I know that sounds very egotistical or something, but my team's biggest obstacle is them giving wrong callouts. I played the second map, Chalet. Trust me, the type of callouts my team gave. So biggest enemy is wrong callouts, throwing, fun peeking. And then opponent-wise, I always like facing WSP. We had a good showing last time as well, and next match also we'll have a very wonderful showing against WSP. They are very fun opponents, very respectful opponents. Most of them are my friends. Today, Ions was also a very old friend of mine. I look forward to all of them, honestly. Even Ubu is a very crazy bunch of people, not gonna lie. They are also very fun to play against. So I'm looking forward to all of them, actually, not gonna lie. It's fun. All the opponents are fun.
And that, of course, is kind of the spirit of the game, right? When it comes to a competitive showing, as long as you're having fun, you're getting along with the people you're playing with and against, then that, of course, will make for the best possible tournament showings for everybody involved. But with that said, thank you, Nadia Ashrit, for joining us once again. Now we're going to let you go and celebrate with the team and get ready for those playoffs, because we are going to be keeping an eye on you guys. That is for sure. Thank you for joining us, and big congrats once again.
Thank you.
And there we go. Nadi Ashrit from the side of the winning team, Hasib Warriors. And I'll tell you what, lots of good insight right there. And that's kind of the mentality of a winning team in CJX as well, right? You got to be open to a lot of things. You got to be open to making mistakes. You got to be open to sometimes not having the most, optimized call-outs and whatever have you. But it is what it is sometimes. You roll with the punches, you go with it, you always have the big picture in mind, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I also like the fact that Ashrit, this is more so of a personal anecdote, but the last couple of times I talked to him as a professional caster in like tournaments and stuff, he had the same thing to say about his teams back then, and it's the same thing now. It's like, if we can stop throwing, we'd be unstoppable. And you know what? I do agree in that regard, in the sense of the joke, not actually. That's not what I actually think. But with that said, folks, I do believe we're going to be wrapping things up here for the Qualifier 1 for South Asia Elite Community Series. And of course, we've been your hosts, Blackjack and Madness. Thank you for joining us once again. Thank you, Madness, for joining me for... Oh, wait a minute. We're getting a call in. We've got one more to go. So actually, you know what? We're going to get into that in just a short second. A little bit of he did mention, call outs can be weird sometimes. It also happens in production. There you go.
True, true. I think the best thing I liked about Usher talking is like he recognized, even though his team pretty much dominated the competition, he recognized that they have their flaws. They have to work on it. He's not like, oh, okay, we're doing so good, we can just continue doing this. He knows that it's a really hard battle going on. He's been in the scene for so long, from what I can hear of him. So that's props to the man that he is recognizing that these. Okay, and I love it that he's saying, if my team can stop throwing, we can do so much more. And that's exactly what I would feel like. Majority of teams, honestly, like we work on the callouts. Imagine your coach comes in second game, here's the callouts that he's like, what's been happening? What's been happening in games? Why are these the callouts that are happening? So that's very good for them. I believe our second interview will be with the team that unfortunately did not become our champion. It's going to be Blitzkrieg, but vitally they came in second. They did put on a huge performance during semifinals as well, right? With them doing a 45 is unbelievable scenes in this high up in tournament, and then coming out on top. It's not just one round, it's not just two rounds. They won 3 rounds back to back as a 45 team, and I think that is always going to be commendable. So I guess just hold on this a few seconds. We will be getting an interview with one of those members, but I think highlight of my day at least is going to be the Mute jumping out the window, getting a triple kill, and saying, that it is what it is.
Yeah, no, that is probably going to be highlight of Qualifier 1 if you ask me, because a jump out like that, it's not unheard of. It has happened in even bigger stages than this, but it's always so fun to see that actually happen because you don't expect it. You really don't. And the thing about that second floor window, whether it's Banana or of course the interior hallway that connects the two sites, it's always watched. There's someone either rappelling there, or there's like someone watching over it through skylight or something or the other. That is not a jump out that people normally do, but that kind of feeds into like, oh, no one's really going to jump out of here. Why would they? That'd be crazy. And Baz, he heard that. He was like, crazy. I was crazy once. They couldn't lock me in a room, though, unfortunately. So no rubber rats were involved. But with all that said, the highlight of the tournament or not, I do still have to, give big shout-outs to Blitzkrieg. Like you said, they still played a fantastic tournament overall. And really, even if they did lose a 0-3, and that's what the final score will reflect, like I said before, it's not going to show the minutiae of each round. It's not going to show how they struggled, how they learned and adapted. Even in Bank, right? Up until that 4th round, each round was getting closer and closer until they actually won 2 rounds on their defense. And on Bank, that's really hard to do. Bank is, I think, a pretty attacker-sided map, all things considered, because of the way that the map flows. I might be wrong on that, of course, but based on what I remember and what I saw today, I certainly feel comfortable making that assumption. But on the other side, even on their attacks, right, they had a lot to deal with. And had they had more rounds, if they had a bit more of an equal scoreline, say it was 3-3 going into the second half, you never know. They might have actually started getting rounds. They might have actually adapted and gotten us maybe another overtime at the end of the day. We will, of course, never know, but that's the beauty of it, right? Each round is different. Each call out, each, play, each spray and pray, each flick, it will be a different circumstance and different factors lead up to it. And that is the beauty of Rainbow Six Siege X in a competitive setting. But with that said, again, like I said before, we're just waiting on the production call out for when we actually get a player from that team Blitzkrieg to join in here, and we will of course get that going in just a hot second, folks. Don't you worry. Until then, you are just here with us, me, myself, and I. I was gonna say me, myself, and I, but I'm not exactly alone in this call now, am I? Of course. But yeah, no. Before we get that interview kind of going, Madness, we've seen these 4 teams, right? And they've all gotten into the playoffs, so I doubt we're going to see them in Qualifier 2. We probably won't be, right? So in Qualifier 2, we're actually not going to have as many names from the old days of Siege in South Asia. At least not as many. Nowhere near as many OG people or teams. And that actually opens up the pathway for a lot of new players to kind of make their name, right? To put themselves up there with the top 4 teams in South Asia. And that is really exciting, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think that's definitely really exciting, and I expect it to be something of that variety because, like, you put new players on the scene. That's why I like the format of this tournament, right? You have two separate qualifiers, and I think the 4 teams that qualified can't take part in qualifier two. I think that's kind of in the rules as well. So that's why we're going to see much more newer teams coming up into it because it makes no sense to take another qualifying spot over there. So you get to see teams that maybe traditionally you've not seen in the past, the newer places that they've seen, and it provides maybe motivation to other teams who maybe think that they're not that good, but they're seeing that these kind of good teams are already out of the picture. Maybe now's our chance to maybe step up. Maybe now's our chance to make our names known. Maybe now's the chance that we can actually progress and maybe get to playoffs. Because I also like this format of the tournament. Like everybody in the playoffs, every single 8 teams is going to be getting money at the end of the day, no matter what, right? So I think that's also a beautiful way to see. That's how you divide your prize pool, and it's not just like Ashit was saying. Not everyone is in the top 1, 2, or 3. That's who is getting divided between. So you're spreading out the money, spreading out the love. It encourages newer players, encourages newer teams to maybe try their luck, maybe try and get some money at their hand, try and get experience of playing in these high level of competitions, because that's where everybody starts. You always start at one place. You always have to try and work yourself up. It's experience that's the only thing that is maybe the difference between you and maybe the better teams, and then you only get that by playing against better teams of that variety. So I honestly encourage people to maybe pick up the game, start learning. It's never too late to join a Rainbow Six Siege X, and it's never too late to join into the fun. Because like I was saying, maybe you're confused early on. You can watch a couple of YouTube videos, learn it here and there. There's so many sources of information to learn the game from at the end of the day. And if you actually opt for it, I promise you, you will never get tired of it.
Absolutely, and that is once again just how beautiful this game is, right? Like Ashit pointed out, there is always something new that you will learn in Siege X, and that is what keeps the game fresh, right? Like, sure, it's year 10, season 3. Sure, it's been like nearly a decade for this game that's been in our lives, right? And it's almost as old as some of my nieces and nephews back home, which is kind of wild to think about. But then you look at the way that everything happens, and think about how going into Bank, there was always the chance we would have had overtime and then map 4. You look at Chalet and how easily that map could have been, could have swung the other way, and Blitzkrieg could have won it, opening up map 4 for us. There was so much that could have happened that didn't or did. And it was always going to come down to pretty much a coin toss in the heat of the moment, right? Whether Sparko gets a certain kill, whether a Frostmat goes off, whether Ashrit gets the final couple double kills of the round, whatever it was always going to be that way or not. And that is, again, the beauty of it all. I can see myself kind of flickering around on the call over there. Yeah, don't worry, folks. It's just internet things. Like I said, it's South Asia. These things tend to happen.
It does, but it is basically electricity. Internet happens everywhere you go. I believe, from what I'm being told, we might be having Sparko join us very shortly. I think there's been a switch up of the members coming for the interview. That's why it has been slightly delayed, but we will be joining into that conversation very easy. And now we will be. I've been here. We're going to be joining the interview for the losing team right now, and I believe it would be Sparko in front of us, and it is Sparko indeed, the man, the myth, the Frost legend himself. Hello, Sparko. Welcome to the call.
Hello. Thanks. I mean, it was a good game. Feels very good to be back at this, the South Asia phase. I didn't play for comp for like last 2 years, and I don't know about the result, but I enjoyed the game. Because playing comp after 2 or 3 years back, because when I used to play on Monkey Hunters UG, that was my last journey. Then again back to playing, for South Asia Elite Community Series, Frag Nation. I mean, it was very surprising. So I feel I'm good.
Well, that's certainly refreshing to hear, Sparko, and certainly it's great to see you back as well. As we're all it's kind of one of those things, right? We're all kind of coming back. I'm coming back to casting, you're coming back to playing. It's a coincidence, but it's a happy one at that too. So with that said, of course, you did mention that the tournament loss didn't really affect you that much, and I do kind of really admire that. But kind of walk us through what would be your and the team's kind of mentality looking at the playoffs, given this second place standing right now.
To be honest, today's game we just took it lightly. To be honest, because it was just for the seeding. So we want to experience how they play, how we play against each other. Because we learn. You lose and you learn. So we know it will be a hard game. And to be honest, we are looking for the playoffs. Because playoffs is the game where the magic will happen, hopefully, and we're gonna prepare for it. And this team, my teammates who I'm playing with. Like we built a team together, and they are playing that Hasib Warrior team. They are very good. They're playing for a couple of years, I believe. So our team is just a new. All the players I gathered, everyone. We we are like just a new, like OG players, all most of them. But we gathered together, then we formed a team. So we have to grow gradually. We'll build together. But yeah, I think the team potential. Like for example, the Frag Nation Community Cup, we didn't make it. Two, we didn't make it. Three, Cup 3, we didn't make it. Then at the end, we made it to the elite community cities. People came to knew about us. Uh, our plan is now to focus on the playoffs. That's all. We are gonna rectify our mistake, and we're gonna prepare like for our best.
Like you said, you're happy to see South Asian, like Rainbow Six coming back, South Asian Elite Community Series, and like so what do you think about the new initiatives being taken by Ubisoft? Do you like admire what it is do you think they can be doing for the region right now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel sad a bit that this initiative step they took, right? It should be like before, like a year ago, because I'm playing Siege from 2016. So and we were I used to play local tournaments from India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, whatever the tournaments used to come. But we came eligible in 2020, the APAC major, August major. I mean, we got eligible at that time, so we were very excited. And again, after that, we got lost. I mean, South Asia again, we were lost. I don't know where. All the good players. I know a lot of good players. They all like they went to their busy life. So I miss them, to be honest. I wish this opportunity was there before, so that my other players, I know the players who are retired, they would have that opportunity to show them. So I was like, when the tournament came, announcement came up, I was like, okay, let's play again. Let's since Ubisoft is giving up this opportunity, I don't want to miss it. So I was like, okay, let's build a team, let's practice. I know it will take time, but I believe if we follow in the right direction, we can make it. Because I have played a lot of competitive games earlier, internationally, South Asia, so I know what it takes to make it. But I'm really excited. Yeah.
That excitement is certainly something we're all kind of feeling right now, because again, we're kind of back in the roadmap, right? Like you said, we were kind of lost adrift at sea for a little bit, but we are back once again. So yeah, certainly great thoughts to have. And you already mentioned how you're looking forward to the playoffs, but there is a little bit more to that, of course, which is those 2 spots in the APAC Cup qualifiers, right? I know it's a little bit of a step down compared to the August major that we used to have before, but given where we are as a region, given everybody who's kind of coming back, like you said, how do you feel towards these qualifiers? What do you think the chances for South Asia would be for the 2 teams that do end up making it there?
To be honest, I didn't follow much about the previous tournaments, how South Asia teams performed. And the format was kind of messy, like before. Like it used to be merged with Southeast Asia, and all the players used to be, and there used to be server issue, heat phrase issue. I mean, hyping, looping, whatever the advantage. I know people will tell that I'm giving excuse, but it's a fact. But now, since Ubisoft, and I mean, we have it like South Asia, different region for our qualifier. We have our own way, like to go to the Asia League. That's a big thing, because that's how now previously I used to see the mentality of the other players, like, oh, we are merged, we are going to play against those international players outside, they are good. It's like people used to be shattered in their way before even playing, right? They're like, oh, it's another down game. People used that excitement, that practice. I think all the South Asia used to lack. Now South Asia have a different region, and it's being recognized. That's what I wanted. And about the playoffs, you're saying, like, if we can make it, I think if the teams practiced and learned new stuff and be updated with the meta, like how the current meta is going on, I think we can make it.
Just talking about, this is the one organized by Frag Nations. Frag Nations organized, put it the format like this, where it's one qualifier and two qualifiers and then the playoffs, right? So what do you think about having this kind of a format for a tournament leading up to maybe the 2 spots for APAC?
It's a very good thing because see, first qualifier, sometimes people choke and they are like, oh, it's over, one qualifier, everything is over. You have a bad game, you have a bad day, it's over. All the practice, all the hours you put in, it's over. But now, since there's 2 qualifiers, the teams who didn't make it, they have the other chance to prepare. They're like, okay, we have another chance, we can make it. And I personally I'm convincing other people to participate in this tournament because we don't see this kind of tournament often, to be honest. So I'm trying to get all the other new players, who are playing for the Siege for a couple of years. I'm telling, go make a team, go experience it. It's okay. It doesn't matter what the result is. It's just qualifier 1, qualifier 2 is there, and the format, I loved it because one tournament. And sometimes bad games can happen. Now you have 2 qualifiers. It's like, okay, we have another life chance, basically what I would say.
Yeah, that is a very, very good way to look at it. Kind of like sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, right? You got to roll with the punches as they come. But with that said, Sparko, thank you for joining us for this post-game segment here, and we're going to let you go back to your team and back to your daily affairs. Thank you for joining us once again. That is Sparko from the side of Blitzkrieg, folks.
All right.
All right. Looks like that should be everything unless production has anything else for us. All right. Thank you so much. So with that said, folks, we are actually for real 100%. We are going to be wrapping up this time around. The grand finals for Qualifier 1 has come to an end. So thank you everybody for joining us. We've been your hosts, Blackjack and Madness. Thank you, Madness, for being here on the desk with me. And thank you for Frag Nation for putting all of this together. Lots of great words, encouraging words from all the players we've interviewed so far, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the teams as well. And for those who might be hankering for more Rainbow Six Siege X, well, don't worry, give it a couple weeks, and then start September 29th, there will be Qualifier number 2. The registrations for that will be opening soon, so keep an eye out on the Frag Nation social medias, on Instagram, on X, formerly Twitter, and all of those other places, folks, and we will hope to see some new faces and new names in Qualifier number 2, September 29th. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
You made a bad bet. Play the odds and risk it all. But you're playing my game now. And I'm here to clean house.
Bye.